Mic test, mic test. This is a mic test.
Okay, welcome. I'd like to call to order the business meeting of the Board of Education of March 21st, 2023. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'd ask Mr. Rowe for a reiteration of the executive session motions.
Yeah, we convened in executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment record of an individual.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's welcome. It's nice to see so many faces today and the beautiful art display. Looking forward to digging into the budget tonight. I think I did want to share a big thank you to Len Sabia for stepping up to take on the role of the interim athletic director, and I know we're very appreciative for her leadership in that area. Yeah, I think without further ado, I'll hand it off.
Gosh, we have a very busy agenda tonight. So tonight I'm really excited to start with a special student recognition. I'd say I was a high school principal for 6 years, and then I was assistant superintendent in a high school district with 5 high schools for 5 years. And I've been in Pelham for 6 years. So if I did my math right, 17 years. In 17 years, I have never had a student earn this honor. So we're really excited tonight to be recognizing Jordan Schwartz, who is a graduate. So we have invited Jordan back, but Jordan is being recognized tonight, and we've asked Jordan to come and to share their work and to share a little bit of insight in how this score was accomplished for earning a perfect score on the 2022 AP 2D Art and Design portfolio. So I'm going to invite first Devin Fallon, our coordinator for the art department, to join me at the microphone. Mr. Berkowitz, you're welcome to come too for a handshake and a picture, just to kick things off.
All right. Good evening, everyone. When I was here in February, I mentioned Jordan Schwartz's portfolio, so I'm so excited for you to be able to see it in person. To give you a little background about AP Art and Design, the 2D portfolio rubric covers the written statement, how well your statement is supported by your work, how well your statement, lost my spot, evidence of your process, and of course, technical skill. This is incredibly special. Out of 37,000 portfolios, 197 earned perfect score globally. One of those is our very own Jordan Schwartz. Even more than the perfect score, Jordan's work reflects them as a person. Their level of commitment and ability to plan and execute their vision resulted in this meaningful contribution. Jordan's impact on the class was the best part. Jordan's energy and openness about their process of creating personal artwork made everyone feel comfortable and to take their own risks. Thank you, Jordan, for such a great year. Would you mind coming up and talking about your work, please? And they have to because they already agreed.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Fallon. First, my bad. First, I just want to thank the Board of Education and Dr. Champ for having me. I really appreciate it. And I want to take a moment to, again, thank Ms. Fallon for everything she's done for me throughout this whole process. She's been a huge support, not just as my AP art teacher, but throughout my entire high school art career. Really, every student who has the privilege of learning from you is extremely lucky. This portfolio would not be possible without your guidance, support, and the positive environment you create. So thank you so much. So this is my AP portfolio. I'm just going to start off by explaining a little bit about what the College Board requires for this class. So the portfolios are graded based off of 4 categories: a written statement, evidence of like the artistic process, evidence of revision and experimentation, and then technical skill. So for our portfolios, we're allowed to focus on whatever topic we choose. That topic is called the sustained investigation. And the written statement that we're required to submit and write and submit asks us to identify our ideas and questions that we chose to focus on for the entire process. So this is my whole statement, but I'm not going to read the whole thing right now, but just in this summarized form, my AP portfolio sustained investigation is a record of my experience with gender identity. And I chose this as my sustained investigation because it felt like something I could easily draw inspiration from.
Jordan, can you turn that mic to speak right into it?
Yeah, is that better?
Yes.
Could you hear anything I was saying before? Yeah. Okay. A lot of my ideas were thought up in the middle of the night. Like I would just wake up in the middle of the night and write them in the notes page of my phone. So there's not like a specific way I necessarily came up with them, but that's kind of how it was for me. My pieces, almost all my pieces are about pretty heavy personal topics. But for me, making art about those things, I think hopefully shows in the work. And creating art about my identity has made me a lot more confident in myself and in sharing my experiences. So it's been a good process for me. So on to the actual work. This is one of my pieces. It's I'm just gonna briefly go through the different pieces of my portfolio. So this is an acrylic still life painting. Oh, actually, it's also on the screen and here. It's a depiction of a transgender person's bathroom. So some of these mundane objects are actually very influential for transgender people, for myself included. Okay. This is a drawing that I did in Bic pen. It's about how gender dysphoria impacts my relationship with my environment. And using grayscale and also a color photo, the juxtaposition of those things was intended to show the contrast between the beautiful scenery behind me and the kind of ugly mental state of gender dysphoria. So that was the idea behind this piece. This is another acrylic still life, which is about the lives and the daily struggles for trans people of color. This painting was also part of the Juneteenth exhibition that was in Pelham, the first one in 2021. Yeah. This is another, also, that one is also here. So is this one. This is a acrylic self-portrait, and it's actually on a mirror. It's a little bit hard to tell in the photo, but the background is a mirror. And it's about the way that trans people, including myself, kind of want to block out certain parts of ourselves. And for this piece, I did a lot of experimentation by using a mirror as a canvas, and kind of was thinking about what impact that would have on the viewer. So the viewer has to kind of see themselves in the painting because it's a mirror. So that is that piece. This is a linoleum print. and it's depicting someone putting on a chest binder. This one I also did experimentation with because I hadn't done much work with linoleum prints before. This is my stained glass piece, which is also shown. The specific right panel, I have kind of close-ups of all the different panels. Here's the left one and then the middle one, and this is it all together. This piece is about the beauty of transgender people and transness in general. This is also pretty experimental for me. I'm not a trained stained glass maker. I don't know if that's what they're called. This is another acrylic painting that's about gender affirming products. So this one's about hair gel. This is another acrylic set of paintings that's about day-to-day life with gender dysphoria. I guess I'll point out, you can't really tell from the photos, and I didn't really think of that, but they're actually like very small. They're like this big. I don't know if that really changes things, but I think I like them because they're really small and cute. And the writing around the sides goes all around and tells a story. So it's interesting to be able to kind of, since they're so small, you can turn them around and read what's on them. So this is kind of close-ups of those pieces. This is another acrylic painting. It's also here. And this one is about feeling discomfort in your body. This is a painting that I used stamps on. It's kind of hard to tell from the picture, but I used stamps for the background. It's about discomfort of using gendered bathrooms and the disoriented nature of having to use gendered bathrooms. So I tried to use, these stamps and unconventional colors to give it an unsettling effect. And then for the last two submissions for my AP portfolio, I created collages. One, which is this one, is of my reference photos. So I took a lot of my own reference photos for my pieces, and I wanted to emphasize that as part of my process. So I included the photos that I took and then based my artwork off of in my submission to the College Board. And then I also submitted this collage of my process photos to emphasize, all the processes that it took to make the work. So some of these are pictures of my works in progress, but there's also pictures included of the preparation for my processes. So I do a lot of, I don't know if the mouse is there, oh yeah. Photoshopping things together, like in this one. It's a little bit unclear, sorry about that. And I designed this piece graphically first, so I wanted to show that. And then the stained glass had a lot of different steps to it, so I showed a bunch of pictures of me creating that, same with the print that I did. So that is my portfolio. Thank you so much for listening. This topic is really, really important to me, and it's also pretty prevalent in today's political and social issues, so I think it's really important that it's talked about, especially right now. So thank you so much for giving me the time to present. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Jordan, can we ask a couple quick questions?
Yes, definitely.
I'm just curious, your process, I know for AP submission, it's usually the culmination of work over a period of time. So how long did your work span? Was it just your senior year, or did this span back to sophomore, junior?
So I knew that I was planning on taking AP art, and I kind of already planned out in junior year that this is what I wanted to focus on. So for a lot of my projects in junior year, I did them towards like this theme of gender identity. That way, once I got to senior year, I could like spend more time on each thing. That was pretty helpful for me because, you know, I could give more time because you have to submit technically like 15 different pieces, and so there's not much time to work on each. So I started several of my works I made in junior year, and then the majority was from senior year, yeah.
Would you have any advice about which classes were most, I guess, impactful in preparing you for this?
Yeah, I did 8th grade studio art, so I was like already, once I got to high school, I was already doing I did the high school level art class in 8th grade, so that definitely prepared me for doing more advanced classes in high school. And I also took graphic design classes here, which I use a lot of graphic design to prepare for a lot of my paintings, so that was really helpful too. I know not a lot of people do that. A lot of people do 2 years of AP art, but I did that, and it personally was really helpful for me. Yeah.
That's great. I have one more question, but I didn't know if anyone else had any questions. I didn't want to.
I just wanted to know, are you studying art now?
Oh, I'm taking a bunch of art classes in college right now. I'm not like going to art school right now. I'm at Wesleyan University, but I'm taking art classes there, and I'm planning on continuing to do that. Yeah.
Okay. That was actually going to be my last question too. So good. Okay. Well, Jordan, thank you so much. We so appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
back, taking the time to share your gifts and your talents with us, and hopefully you're an inspiration to a lot of other Pelham Memorial High School students who are following in your footsteps.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. So, I don't know. I don't know when you're gonna. Do you need a minute to collect things, or are you good to leave them till? Oh yeah. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
very
so
much.
much, Mom and Dad and family and friends. Thanks for coming out too. All right. Jordan, do you have any pieces for sale? Is the question at the table up here. Well, we do have a connection here. Rebecca Schwartz is she's our middle school art teacher, studio and art, right? Is one of the main things. So we've got an in. Thank you so much for being here and for passing your talent on so beautifully. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Okay. Wow, just amazing. Every year I go to the art show, this is the art show, and every year I think, I've never seen art this good, and then next year comes, and it's even better. I have to say, I don't know if Mr. Berkowitz agrees or not. Well, you didn't get to see the artwork before COVID. I feel like the artwork that our students produced during and after COVID was on a whole different plane. It was really just amazing to see how, I think we saw it too in students coming out in clubs and arts, and students were just looking for such artistic outlets, and it really brought their work to a whole new level. So just so much to be proud of. So let me dive in very quickly to my additional report for tonight. Jordan certainly was the highlight, but start with a couple other student recognitions. Over this past weekend, the forensic speech team, I'm sorry, not this weekend, prior weekend. We haven't had a report in a couple weeks. So the PMHS forensics team competed at the Hudson Valley Regional Qualifiers for the New York State and National Championships. Congratulations go to state qualifiers who will represent Pelham in April. That's sophomores Chris O'Meara in congressional debate, sophomore Chloe Choulet in congressional debate, junior Sienna Giuseppe in congressional debate, sophomore Grace Kiami in dramatic interpretation, and sophomore Catherine Connolly in JV oral interpretation. Also had 3 speakers qualify for national championships to be held in Phoenix in June, and that includes sophomores Jeremy Tam and Liam Ginsberg for duo interpretation champions. They also won at a competition this past weekend. I don't have that printout, but they continue as a duo to really excel. Junior Isaac Leaf and congressional debate and champion, and congratulations really to the whole team. They continue, when they're not on stage, they're away competing in forensic speech. Additionally, as we already mentioned once, this week we have our school musical, Bat Boy, the musical, the high school appropriate edited version of the musical. Reiterate that, it is for adolescent and middle school, high school, and up students. But it definitely has been edited. We're really excited for Mr. Beck's staging of that. It will be a Friday and Saturday night at 7:30, both evenings, and Sunday matinee at 2 o'clock. So we highly encourage folks to come to that and enjoy the play. Looking forward to that. Couple other items. We just put out an email this afternoon. Many folks may have seen that. We're preparing to do our biannual surveying of students. This year, we're using the Student Resilience Survey, which is a different survey than we used last year. We're going back to our older practice of administering that to only 8th, 10th, and 12th grade students. We've been giving that a survey. We've used some different versions of the survey, but we've been giving a survey every 2 years since 2009 to students in grades 8, 10, and 12 to really gain some insight into student use of different substances to inform some of our efforts to really support safe student environment. Also, we've got questions in there relating to mental health, which has certainly become much more of an issue in more recent years. So the survey that we're using this year, again, it's different than the one we used last time, but there are the questions that were maintained in it have to do with the same kind of data that we've been collecting from 2009. So we've got really great longitudinal data that helps us as a district plan programming, assemblies, supports for students, as well as we partner with Pelham Together, and they use that biannual data as well to plan their programming. It works really in close partnership with us, so we're appreciative for that. Definitely, we had some lessons learned on the survey last year, a variety of lessons learned on that. We're not looking to repeat those issues, so we really spent a lot of time scrutinizing the survey to try to get that which was most important for that longitudinal assessment, so that we can really keep programming in place for our students on the health and mental wellness and wellness side. If parents want to take a look at that survey, it is available in the principal's offices, main offices. I did get one question because a parent couldn't come physically because of their work schedule. I did get permission to read it to them over the phone, so same thing. So we'll make that available. We don't want there to be an appearance of transparency, but we're just not permitted to electronically replicate or distribute the survey. But we're happy to make that widely available to parents and do what we can so that they can have a level of confidence. And if they don't want to take it, absolutely fine. That'll be made very clear to students in the classes as well that is their choice. And they don't have to take it, or they can start and stop at any time. We want to make sure everyone feels comfortable with that. Another thing that's been ongoing in the district this week, we're excited to finally be in the throes of our communications audit. I myself got to kick off, Alex and I kicked off the meeting with the auditor this morning. She was involved in focus groups today, will be involved as well tomorrow. We'll wind up with a last couple on Thursday and a debrief. We got great results from the survey as well. The survey was open for the 2 weeks leading up to February break. So we received nearly 1,000 survey responses. Pelham always comes through when we do surveys of this kind. We had 540 parents respond, 211 staff, which is great. That's, I think, probably right half of our 50%, which is, I think, a really great return rate. 60 community members who don't have children in the school district, which I think is huge, and then 158 of our high school students. So the audit team has been really pleased with that response rate, and we want to thank everyone who took the time to complete the survey and those who helped to spread the word, especially our principals, who set aside some valuable time during their faculty meetings to give teachers time to engage in that survey so we could hear their feedback. And that, obviously, you can see the results in that in the high turnout rate. We thank our physical education teachers who also took time to administer to the high school students. Thank you to our teaching assistant, Maril DeJance, who helped to translate the survey into Albanian. Thank you to Miriam Gashi, our ENL coordinator, who backpacked the survey for our ENL students, as well as our ENL club at the high school, who helped to input the printed surveys that we sent home to parents. We wanted to make sure that the parents who needed another language had that. And from our experience, having it in hard copy was the most effective on the return rate. So they did it in paper, and then our students came and inputted those surveys for us. So we appreciate everyone's help there. And thank you, too, to the Community Engagement Committee members who helped to disseminate the survey and get the information and the word out. Did a really great job on that. So as I said, we're starting our focus groups today, and that will be all key stakeholders, including parents, faculty, administrators, and our high school students. And Alex has shared a variety of materials with them as well, including examples of our communications over the past couple of years, various plans, procedures, examples of media coverage, et cetera, so they have a real good flavor about the context and environment in which our communications function. And we're looking forward to seeing that final report in June. So we're looking forward to some good recommendations that help us to make sure that our efforts are going in the right places to be the most effective and efficient in our communication. So Alex, thank you for the work on that. The auditor's already been incredibly impressed with just the organization, the setup, and the welcome that she's received here in Pelham. So thanks to Alex.
Alex even sat with the senior citizens, right?
Oh, yes.
To help them fill it out.
Yes.
Came
yep.
back to our committee many times to see if there were any groups that we hadn't tapped into, so
Yep.
I know it was a heavy lift for you.
Yeah, that's great. So another announcement that went out to the community yesterday, we're really excited about this one, it's the 2 or 3 week inconvenience, but it'll be worth it. We closed Julianne's playground down, the playground portion of it today, and work started to disassemble the current playground to prepare for the installation of the new playground. So we're really excited about that. Thank you to John Condon, who's here tonight, and Jim. Their office is working to coordinate that work. And also thanks to the Junior League. We're really excited, as was announced a couple weeks back. This is our in-kind contribution to the signature project that has kicked off. So we encourage folks to look at the website that the Junior League's put together and to really support those efforts. The playground should open after spring break. Back up and running. That's how quickly we can do it. The nice weather certainly helps. And we're keeping the mulch base. So that also helps with the speed of installation. So we're really excited to thank you to the Facilities Committee for really for steering us in that direction. And we're excited that the community is going to have that very soon to enjoy and look forward to the next phases of renovation.
I'm getting excited.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice. And I know, and I think with the current setup, I know that it was designed to go from one end to the other end without touching the ground. I'm hoping, I can't guarantee that might happen in the new place. We had to, I think, turn it from a straight set into an L shape. But we're looking forward to some feedback from our youngest citizens on how that new place set looks.
What is the update on the new playground that we ordered for Hutchinson?
So the order is in. We're working with the contractor and meeting with them very shortly regarding installation of that pad, the concrete pad that it will be installed on. And then we also have to wait until warmer temperatures because the play surface at Hutchinson is different than, say, at Julianne's playground. So you need a number of days above a specific temperature to be able to put in that particular surface. So our goal is for that to happen over the summer so that the play area is primed and ready for the beginning of the school year. And we already know that the students there are enjoying the blacktop area and the grass area every day as part of their regular lunch activity. So it's great that it's being used.
And just one final report item in that just to an update on our ongoing work on residency. Jim's office has really been doing a great job of heading this up. I know there was some discussion over the weekend about residency, and just a couple pieces I think they're important to know. Certainly the board has been focused on this, as has the district, really trying to make sure that all of our processes and procedures are in place. We've been, consulting with our attorneys. We've been working really hard to make sure that things are solid. We're working with a new investigative service this year as well, which we've been very pleased with thus far. I think it's important for folks to know there's a couple different approaches that we generally can take. And it would not make sense for us to show all of our cards on all of those things because there are investigations involved. So it's important, I think, that folks understand that there is process and there's a lot of really careful work that goes into this, because we want to be sure that, that everyone is treated with dignity, with respect, and that we're following the law, and that we're respecting people's privacy, but also at the same time making sure that we're checking all of, crossing our T's and dotting our I's about making sure that the residents of the district are attending our schools. So there could be a variety of times that we could initiate a residency investigation. It could be as simple as a letter being returned to the school. A mailed letter gets returned, we look into it. There could be a desk audit type search, just internet, little simple work. There could be a knock on the door, just to see, letter got returned, just want to check. Sure enough, folks who answer the door are the folks that are registered to live there. It gives us a really quick, easy way to resolve many of our issues. But then there may be more extensive investigations required in particular situations. So I say all that just to say we recognize that this could at times present some uncomfortable situations for folks, and we recognize that, and we try to handle that as delicately and as professionally as possible. But it is an area that that is important, and it's an area that we have to explore, and we want to do right by the citizens of the community, by the taxpayers of the community, but also to make sure that the students who are in our schools are those who are here and entitled to have an education. So I don't know if there's any questions about that or any other topics before we wrap up and turn to our line by line for tonight. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And with that, we are going to transition to line by line. I will first off want to thank, we've got members, we've got Jackie Vigil, our district treasurer, who is here tonight, and members of our administrative team to share in the various portions of the budget presentation that we'll be reviewing tonight. Thank them for their presence here after a long day with yet another long day in front of them. So Ms. Holtz is going to kick us off tonight with the overview of the pupil personnel services and school counseling budget, assisted by members of her team. And then we'll be looking through, going through the business office lines, facilities, and rounding out tonight with Dr. Garcia speaking on staffing. So we promised Tracy that this is her first budget, so you'd go easy on her. And while we don't have presentations for all portions of the budget, we did think it was a value, especially with so many new board members, but also with Tracy new to the district, to be able to, for her to share just kind of an overview of what's encompassed in PPS, what some of the various roles are within the school, so that folks can be educated on things like what is a social worker, what is a psychologist, what is their role, and what function do they have within a public school setting. So.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to thank the Board of Education for the opportunity to share this portion, my portion of the budget this evening with you, the budget proposal. Dr. Champ acknowledged, but I do have to thank Dr. Ribeiro and Greg Lau and Eugene Farrell for being here this evening. They have been an incredible part of my transition to the district, helping me as I've trying to learn the history and the background, but also being partners as we think how we're going to move programming forward to best support students. So thank you so much for supporting and being here. So as Dr. Champ said, we thought it would be good to take the opportunity to present a few slides about what falls within pupil personnel and student services. It's a mouthful. And a lot of times it's confusing to parents what falls within these buckets. That's how I kind of think of them, as within buckets. So you'll see a little bit about what's in these buckets and part of the how we think about the areas for which we're going to talk about the budget this evening. So if you think of pupil personnel services as an umbrella, these are the different areas that fall under pupil services. We've got nursing, we've got the school counselors, we have the special education department, again, which comprises of our elementary and secondary supervisors, our special education teachers, our TAs and monitors, and then support staff and related service providers. And what's been so impressive to me as I transitioned to Pelham is that it's clear how committed the district is to providing specialized instruction and related services to students with disabilities on a continuum of service delivery models. And and thinking about offering these programming in the least restrictive environment, which is what we are required to think about by law, and giving our students access to the general education curriculum, but at the same time meeting the individual needs of students. So, for example, we continue to look at our ICT offerings at the integrated co-teach offerings at the elementary, middle school, and at the elementary level, and how we're going to continue to build those programming based on student need. I will try not to talk in alphabet soup. We do that a lot in special education, so raise your hand if I do that. So just starting with our school nurses, we do have a school nurse in each of our elementary buildings. We have a nurse coordinator, which started last year, funded under a grant, and we will continue to recommend that position to be funded under a grant. And then also we have the district medical director whom we contract with, and we do have to go out to RFP for that service, request for proposal, in the future. So that also falls within this. Our school nurses provide direct health care to the students. They help develop individual health plans for students with chronic medical conditions. They collaborate with our outside medical teams, medical doctors. They create and adhere to health policies, news, and updates. They do all the required screenings by law. It depends on the grade. Vision, scoliosis screenings, doing BMI surveys. If you walk into any school building, the nurse's office is always one of the busiest places. It's often where students end up for that social emotional support, not realizing that that stomach ache or that headache or that migraine might be related to something else that they might be experiencing. So we have a great nursing team. I meet with them monthly. They've been also incredible as I've transitioned in, and we're very fortunate to have such a great, solid nursing team. They care very much about our students and always doing the right thing. Another bucket within pupil services is our school counselors. So we have our elementary counselor. That's a new position this year. So Lindsay Ferris is doing not only the Mindful Fly 5 curriculum at the elementary level, but because she is also a school counselor, and we're lucky to have that, we are required by law to offer counseling-related standards to our elementary students that are related to career development and thinking about academic success and how that relates to future. So we're very lucky to have Lindsay on board and for the board to have supported that. We have our middle school counselors. We have 4 high school counselors and our director of counseling, Mr. Farrell. And so the role of the school counselor, what's unique about them is they work to help maximize student success by promoting access and equity for all students. They want to make sure that they are listening to students, having thoughtful conversations, pushing them to their limits, but also not to the point where they're, a student may be to the point where it's beyond what they might be able to handle. So those discussions are really thoughtful that the counselors have. They help students apply academic achievement strategies, interpersonal skills, planning skills, and also, of course, planning for post-secondary options. Our school counselors do classroom lessons. They do push-ins. Sharon, not Sharon, we'll talk about her after. They also collaborate with families, teachers, administration. They do data analysis to talk about student needs. They look at trends in the buildings. And again, they're promoting that equity, access, and achievement and opportunities for all students. Then we talk about our school psychologists and what is their role. So we do have 1 psychologist in each of our elementary buildings. We have 2 in the middle school. 1 is devoted specifically to our middle school therapeutic support program and our FOL, Foundations of Learning students. And we also have 2 psychologists in the high school, again, 1 devoted to our high school therapeutic support program and our FOL, our Foundations of Learning high school students. School psychologists provide direct support and interventions to students. I don't have to read, sort of what they do. You could read this, but they do our psychological assessments and testing for initials, reevaluations. They are required members of our CSE, so they're at all of our meetings. They provide support and consults to teachers, families. Our children and youth are facing, a lot of problems related to learning, social relationships, making difficult decisions, managing emotions, dealing with those big emotions, anxiety, depression. So school psychologists are helping students navigate on that level. They do mandated counseling per student's IEPs, and they're highly skilled and resource individuals that, again, help with our students and the challenges that they're facing. They do interface with members of the community, outside providers. Again, they're part of the team that help understand and resolve both long-term, short-term problems and issues that our students may face. And when you think about the role of our social workers are the individuals that sort of bridge that, make that bridge between school and community and other layers of providers on the outside. We do have one full-time and one part-time social worker in the middle school, and we have a full-time social worker in our high school. The social workers, again, they're the integral link between school, home, and the community. So they're the individuals, if we have a family that is, might be struggling for a reason with, homelessness, a parent who maybe lost a job, a family member that's fallen ill with cancer, they're the individual that's going to link to other outside and community resources. They also can provide counseling, both individual and group. Some of that could be mandated or non-mandated. In the middle school, Sharon Charles, who's our part-time social worker, does a lot of pushing classes. In the middle school, we have No Place for Hate, character education, things related to bullying. So Ms. Charles does a lot of push-in lessons, a lot of global work around that. They do school grade level type programs. If you go to the high school at any given time, you might see Miss Ahead out at a table in the entrance running a particular program related to schools, to the students. Our social workers also attend community network meetings. So Pelham is connected to both the New Rochelle and Mount Vernon community networks. There are monthly meetings that are held with all of the service providers in the community and the county. So our social workers attend those, so they hear about what are the new offerings, what are the new programmings that may be happening in the community. They do collaborate with families. They run lunch groups with students, and on occasion may conduct a home visit. So they're sort of that bridge and that link to the outside, the school and the community. And then we have also our related service providers. We have speech therapists, our occupational therapists, a physical therapist. Our students also receive hearing and vision, which are contracted services, behavioral services, which is also a contracted service. So you're going to see some of that infused in the budget this evening, that we have some of that related to it. Related services are their supportive services and activities that are necessary for our students with disabilities to maximize their educational outcomes. And again, these are mandated services per a student's IEP. And that is a little bit about who falls within the different buckets within PPS. So now I'm going to go to the line item. We'll go to the book, and I'll walk you through some of the recommendations. Can I close this? Is anyone, Steve, are you using this, Jim?
I'll use it.
Okay.
And if the board looks on C15, that's where pupil personnel starts in your tab there.
So I covered a lot of what's on C15, but again, what I did want to highlight is some of the things that I spoke about on C16. So what you'll see, just in summary and some highlights in this budget, are the typical salary increases and personnel needs based on student need and our students' IEPs. You're going to note some of the staffing additions related to our projected CSE recommendations for students for next year. We are projecting a kindergarten co-teach class, a return to a special class, so you'll see those staffing increases. And aside from the personnel needs for the internal programs and services, you're going to see some of the recommendations that we have, which include costs for our out-of-district placements. Pelham does a great job of building in-house programs. Our middle school and high school TSP programs are very impressive, but there are times that we have student needs that surpass what we're able to provide in buildings, whether it might be on a social emotional level, sometimes a physical level, where we do have to make out-of-district recommendations. So you'll see some of that in the budget. But the goal that drives our work is to keep our Pelham students, again, in the least restrictive environment. That's the goal. That's what we try to do. Included in the budget, you're going to see professional development and consultation for teachers and staff. We plan to continue the work with our co-teaching consultant next year, and also responsive classroom next year. And also, again, you're going to see reflected in the budget some of the costs related to our contracted service providers. So if we go to C17, we'll start there. I'm just going to close this so I can get this closer to me. Okay. So the first thing is the teaching assistant salary. So what I want to say first is in special education, we have general fund, and then we also have our IDEA grants that we use. When we think about what we put in grants, we're not supposed to supplant. We're supposed to use our grants to support where we have high-cost needs in different areas. So that's really the purpose of your grant. But if we have a program that needs a lot of staffing, you may see salaries in our grant to support that. So in that first line, you see teaching assistants. We do have some teaching assistants that fall in general fund and some that fall in our grant. In the adopted budget this year to 22-23, there's an actual increase because when I came on board and wrote the grant this year, I actually shifted some of the personnel around. So I actually took 2 TAs out of the grant and put them back into general fund, but I put a psychologist in the grant to offset that. So, you know, the total sort of money that we put in salaries in the grant remained the same, but I just shifted the people that we put in the grant. So that's why you see that increase in our budget. And then when you look at the also budget to estimated expense increase, we have an increased TA also requested next year for that co-teach class in kindergarten. But again, I spoke with Jackie about this today. That 90,000 is a little inflated. We don't think that's going to be that high after we went through the numbers. The PPS administrators, that's a salary line, and then K-5, when you go down to the teacher salaries, again, you see that increase because we are recommending we need to run a kindergarten co-teach class and reinstate a special class 345 at the elementary level. 612 is running flat. There's no slated increases there. Again, that small increase is because of contractual salary increases. CSE meeting supports, that was for summer CSE meetings. We try to avoid doing that, but we do have to have a little money in case we have to run a meeting over the summer. And then you see we have the speech therapist salaries. Those are our speech therapists, OT and PT. We are seeing some of our younger kids are coming into kindergarten with increased motor needs. It's interesting. I don't know if that was somehow related to pandemic and maybe not being out as much, but we're definitely seeing increases in need in that area. So we budgeted for some increases based on student need. We also have a teacher of hearing impaired that works with us. That's, again, an hourly employee. We put some increase in there based on what we think we're going to see for student need. And then you see the clerical assistants and then our monitors. There as well, if you look at the 22-23, what was budgeted for this year was 21 monitors, 19 with 2 contingencies. We're actually at 24 right now, and those 3 additional one-to-ones were based on students who moved into the district. 2 who came to us with IEPs that had a one-to-one monitor need on there, 1 student who moved in who's got some significant medical and safety needs that we needed to provide one-to-one support. So that, in that estimated expenditure line, actually that estimate is low. So that's why when you look at the budget to estimated expense, it looks higher. than would be. We are still budgeting for 24 monitors for next year, but we're adding in the 2 contingencies. Again, when we talk about special education, you hear a lot of people say it's a moving target. It's very hard to plan. You have a student move in, and it just sometimes changes the whole landscape of what you think you planned. So we do try to build in contingencies for that reason. When you go to the next page, C18, so equipment, that line, that's what we use for students that have hearing aids, that have medically needed devices. We're not seeing a huge increase in that. We've actually had parts that we've bought, like the batteries that go in hearing aids, so we're good there. We don't need to have any increases. The next line item is contractual. What falls within contractual is things like our consultant for responsive classroom. You will find also in there our translation services, assistive technology contract for students who have assistive technology needs. You have in there other contract-related services. Sometimes we have parents in CPSE who keep their children in CPSE even though they're school age ready, and if they get related services, we're still required to provide those. So we have some monies in there. So there is an increase in there, again, based on student need and projections. We built in that increase. The next line is actually a new line in home and hospital. This used to be in 2810 in the guidance department. I asked Jim and Jackie if it was okay if we pulled it out and separate it a little bit because I like to be able to track trends a little bit better. So we pulled that money out of guidance, the guidance line. You'll see that on the next page. And I created actually one, we track it for special education students who need home and hospital, and also general education students who need home and hospital. What is home and hospital instruction? That's instruction that we are required to provide if a student is out, they broke their leg, if they're in a hospitalization for any reason, if they've been suspended, we have to provide instruction, and that could be our teachers, it could be a tutoring agency. So that's what it's in a home and hospital line. Overall, I did projected increase here based on some trends that we are seeing. I've been working with the building staff tracking sort of our trends as far as suspensions and student hospitalizations. So there is a projected increase. We may not use it at all. It all depends on, again, how everything goes and what happens. Supplies and materials, what is in that line is things like the psychologists and the speech therapists, they're testing kits, they're testing protocols, the consumables, our reading materials, Wilson reading materials, PAF, things that we have to replace every year. So again, based on numbers increasing, if numbers go up, we have to test more. If referrals increase, we have to test more. So there's a bit of a budgeted increase in that line. And then the next 2 lines are our tuition for our out-of-district students. So when a student goes out of district, we can refer them to different places. We can refer them to other public schools that may have unique programs that we don't have. We refer them to New York State approved private schools and also BOCES programs. So in that first budget line, we have, that's just, and what's also difficult again about predicting in special education, the tuition for these schools are all set by the rate setting unit at New York State Ed, and they don't often give us their numbers until the year we're in. So again, we're left to guess. Typically what I do is I guess a 4% increase as an estimate, and that's how I use to build my numbers. So again, that first line, that tuition, other public, that's a student that we have, so a small increase based on what that tuition may be. Tuition, other districts, what you'll see, again, looking in our adopted this year, that 336 estimated is actually low. We did send another student who was actually parentally placed, but then came back to the CSE and had high needs, so we placed another student out of district, so there's an increase there. That's what is reflected in the budget-to-budget increase. And we also, again, try to build in a contingency spot, a placeholder, just in case, as we move through the year, if a student is struggling and we need to make that recommendation for an out-of-district, we build in a contingency. Our BOCES services, what's in that line is a combination of things. That's our tuition for BOCES students. Again, this year, we had an increase. We did have a student that moved into the district that had very high physical needs, so we needed to place that individual in a BOCES program, very medically fragile student, so didn't predict for it, unpredicted. Luckily, there was some contingency in there, but again, on the estimated expenditure this year, that looks a little low because Jackie's got to catch up with when I send kids out. But that's why the budget to estimate is going to look different when we rework the numbers, because what we're actually spending this year is higher. And then what we're predicting is, again, we do have a contingency a contingency placement built in there. What's also in this BOCES services line, again, are those vision service. I talked about vision services and related services. Some of our cross-contract is in there. In the BOCES services is our consultant. That's in this line. Also, our BCBA, our district behavior, the behaviorists that work with our students. We have a cross-contract with an agency that works with Putnam Northern BOCES. And I did predict a little bit of an increase there because some of our students are struggling a little bit with regulation. I think we're seeing in the younger grades, the students that didn't have that preschool experience, when they come to school, sort of not exactly settled on behavior and student expectations. When you go to C19, that's our counseling budget. So the first line is salaries and contractual increases, salary increases based on contract. The next line is stipend line. That is the contractual days that our counselors get to do work over the summer. They get 5 days after school, 5 days before school, and we also have built into the contract 5 days in between to work on wrapping up student schedules, things that are related to classes and course selection. So that what is in the stipend line. The clerical number is the clerical staff in the counseling department. Again, that home and hospital, if you look below, that 33,000 came out. Again, I have the increase, so this is the gen ed portion of the home and hospital reflection here for those students. What's also in the contractual line under Pelham Memorial High School, the salary for our student assistance counselor is in this line. So that's what you'll find in here. And what's also in this line is things like conferences, college visit tours, speakers that the counseling department may bring in. So this is what all falls under contractual. You see what's reflected in middle school, and then the supplies and materials are just for the counseling department for things that they may produce throughout the year. Then lastly, on C20 is for our nurses. So the first line is the nursing salaries, again, increases based on contractual increases, and also maybe some overtime in there for lunch coverage. Equipment, what's in the equipment line is if we need to buy a new cot. I had to buy a new cot this year for one of the nurse offices. Might be an ice machine. I'm working with the nurses on the lifespan of our audiometers and just making sure that the what we have is what we need, but we always keep a little money in case we have to buy something for that. Medical services, that's our medical director. That's Dr. Legue. And again, we did put a bit of an increase in there because we do have to go out to RFP. So it's possible that there may be an increase with the medical director fee for next year. Health services for other districts. Jim, what is that line exactly?
This is based on the state law. If we have Pelham students that attend schools in other school districts, so for instance, let's just say students that attend Hackley School, we will receive a pro rata bill for the nursing services, which the School of the Tarrytowns provides at Hackley School for the Pelham students. It's just part of the law, and it's how that works.
And then the final part of it is the supplies for the schools, for each individual school. I actually, there's a little bit of a reversal here. These are trend numbers that we've been using. I did increase Hutchinson and Prospect because they are the schools that have the higher number of students. So we found we were a little short this year on supplies, so I increased their budgets. And then in the high school, that budget looks the highest because what we build in there is when we need to buy defibrillator pads, anything with our AEDs, if we have to purchase an additional AED, EpiPens. So it just comes out of the high school bucket. It's the largest bucket. And again, what's not reflected here, but again, we have our nurse coordinator, but that's funded through a grant, so that's not being funded through general fund. And that is the end of the line by line for PPS.
Tracy, C21, psychologist, social worker salaries. I
Oh,
think
I'm
that's-
sorry.
that's
It's not
okay.
the end. Yes,
I think it's an easy,
sorry.
I think it's probably like a less than 30-second review.
Yes, give me 1 second. Sorry, C21, right. So yeah, again, this is you see the decrease in that first line because I took a psychologist out and put him in the grant. And the reason why I do that, it's a little strange. In the grant, we have to fill out forms twice a year to provide to state ed, verifying that the people that we say are in the grant are working 100% of their job title in that field. So I just shuffled it a little bit because it's easier to track one person versus 3 people with TAs. And our TAs tend to, sometimes they go on, this year we had a lot of people on leave. So just for a tracking system, it was more sense. But again, the overall number, salary number generally stayed the same. So that's why you see that decrease in that line. The stipend that's in there, again, that is for summer work for our psychologists. If we do get any referrals that come towards the end of the year, and we have to do any summer testing, but we've been trying to really not have that happen. And then the social work salaries, again, that is, you have the contractual for the full-time social worker that's in the middle school and also in the high school. And then the one on below is Sharon Charles. She's paid differently through contract than the other social workers who are paid in side letter of the teacher contract.
They're employees.
Yeah, they're employees. I apologize for overlooking that sheet. Now that's the end of PPS.
How often do you RFP the medical director? Is that every year?
So we haven't in my time here. Right now, there's been a change. Dr. Legue joined another practice. So this is really a good time to do that, and it's something that's been on our list of moving forward and RFPing out for professional services. Really good practice to do it on a regular basis.
I think sometimes they say every 3 to 5 years you want to go out to bid on things like that. I don't know what I did. I don't know how it's happening here.
It's a light show.
Okay.
At Dr. Legue's new practice, will he be able to apply?
Yep.
It's
Yes.
just because there's a change in name.
Well, I think it's something that, quite frankly, that I think
We should do.
we
but-
identified it as
Yeah.
something that we should be doing, and we want to do as a regular practice. And over the years, we've been getting more on a regular practice of RFPing many professional
Right.
services. Your medical director is a very sensitive position and a sensitive contractor, so we want to be very mindful of that as we move forward. But eventually, we're going to have to get to it, and we kind of got around to everything else, and that's just about all that's left at this point in time.
Makes sense.
And then just the two big numbers, and you cover this, Tracy, but just because these ones here. The tuition for students in private school placements, cost of special ed students for both, going to BOCES, and again, that's a sort of bottoms-up best prediction based on actual student numbers that you have at your disposal today, with a bit of contingency layered on top of that. Okay.
Right. And this is actually underestimated This number here is underestimated. This is the new addition of the student this year that went out, and then we have a contingency. So this is going to go down when Jackie fixes this number because it's actually higher.
Okay, so the estimated actual is going to go up sort of in the next turn of this. Okay. Thanks.
Full service operation.
And if I could just step in too, because you're going to hear a lot of this as part of the budget process. Tracy talked about contingent positions and holding that. And as a practice, the district has held a 2% contingency. So what Tracy's sharing is not additive to the 2%, it's inclusive of the 2%. So I just want to create some visibility there and make sure everybody kind of understands it, that it's not one on top of the other. It's all inclusive as part of that 2% that we talk about carrying a contingency as a district in our budget.
And you said a 2% contingency is our standard or common practice. That's a common practice.
So that's been the practice as long as I've been with the district now. I'm finishing my 6th year. As I understand it, it was a practice put in place a few years prior to that. I think the contingencies carried were a little bit higher. And I think at that point in time, there was really a focus on making sure that we carry 2%. And in addition to that, I think there's a lot of visibility with the tab that we share with the board that identifies where those contingent dollars are placed to make up that 2%. Again, we can't always share that in general because most of the times we're dealing with collective bargaining and those types of items. But again, that information is very clear to the board, and we want to make sure the public knows that their elected board members do have complete access and visibility to that number.
Thank you.
And Jim, I know that we had some conversations since the last time. The contingency that's built into this budget is contingencies for the upcoming school year.
That's right.
These are not contingencies to protect on long-term. These are contingencies to protect within the risk of the coming budget, which
Yes,
is
so-
different than I think what we had talked last time about a strategic use of reserves.
That's right, and that's an important way to
protect
describe it.
long-term.
So the contingency is exactly that. It's for unforeseen events
Within
and
the school
that we are not aware of. If we spent considerable amount of time developing the budget, certainly with the PPS group, as they work through their students and identifying their students' needs and their forecasted student needs for the year, we captured that in the budget. But just as was shared, if you have a student that enters the district after the budget process, it's the law. The district educates the students that come to the district that are entitled to that free and appropriate public education. So whether we budget for a private placement is irrelevant if that's what a student needs. And that's why you would want that contingency placement there. Let's say you could have a student move in, or you could have a student who develops needs, and we'd have to service those needs.
Thanks.
And just to confirm what you said, the
Jackie,
the contingency that's called out in your budget, that's part of the 2%.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So you'll hear it in other places. In other years, we've added sections. Say this year we have 62 elementary sections budgeted. If over the summer we see the enrollment pops and we hit a certain class size, the superintendent would make a recommendation to hire that other position. That would be funded through the contingency, that 2% contingency. This year, we're going to talk about it a little bit. Our utility expenses came in significantly higher than what we had budgeted. Again, those are things where your contingent dollars would be put into play. Special education tuitions, and again, that's just kind of the uses or the types of uses for contingency items.
So operational needs in the coming school year, as Dr. Champ said, not sort of big, events in the universe, state aid cuts, labor negotiations, nothing like that is addressed in the contingency. It's just for operational
Correct.
needs.
That of the 2% portion of it,
Yeah.
that's absolutely right. In the upcoming years, you make an important point, though. we will have labor negotiations, and if there are any unsettled labor negotiations, again, that's where we would recommend you budget for dollars for that settlement, and that would be included as part of your contingency, additive to the 2%. It's not part of this year's budget, but it would be a future year budget because it would eventually be flowing down into the salary and benefit lines when a contract is settled. We don't have to worry about that this year. All contracts are settled, but some of them are expiring at the end of the next fiscal year. So that's where you may find that. And that's, again, that's part of that contingency tab that we share with the board.
All right, any more questions for Tracy or her team? All right, if not, we will let the team go home and get a good night's sleep. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for everything you do to contribute in this critical, important department.
2 minutes.
Little break.
Yeah, we'll put John here, and we're going to move a table in for
Okay.
Jackie.
All right, we've been requested a little 2-minute break to shift some furniture. So,
That's okay.
it's okay.
Yeah,
to,
we'll have a gallery tour.
gallery walk, little
admire
bio
the-
break.
Not too
and,
far, please.
Be right back.
Go.
Okay, over to
Okay, good
Business
evening.
office.
We've got John Condon, Director of Facilities. He's going to go over that line-by-line budget. We can start in the budget book on page B5, please. John, I'll let you go.
Okay, good evening. As I said, we're going through the line-by-line budget of the facility budget. So we'll start there with 1620, custodial and maintenance salaries. You see a slight increase of 3.5%, which basically is contractual. Summer help salaries, these are for the summer kids that we hire in the summertime, for lack of a better word, that we hire kids during the summer. We have been sign-ups going out for the last, I think it's been out for the last 4 months that nobody pays attention to the last week. We hire these kids on. They're a great help to us. They fill in for summer vacation for guys that go out on vacation, but they also help get the billings done. They work hard. It's a long day. It's been a great asset. I think it's great for the kids. It's a great learning experience for the kids. You know, if any time they had a good job. Substitute coverage and salaries is for when people are out and or on vacation or out sick. Like I have a gentleman out right now for 3 months. He broke his leg, so that's the sort of coverage that we need for an individual that's out.
Not at work.
Not at work. Not at work. Yes,
okay.
thankfully. Well, it doesn't. No worse for him, but maybe better
Right.
for us. But
Yeah.
school-related emergencies, thankfully no. But it's there as a contingency. You know, floods, snow. We've had no snow. We had, I think, 2 hours worth of snow this year.
Oh, that's what I forgot to mention in my report.
What?
The S word.
Snow? No. Well, now we're done. We're done. Okay.
Well, we're not, but estimated expenditures is not 250, is it?
For snow?
For this year. For this year.
For this year.
For different related emergencies.
Right. For,
I mean,
yeah, you know, the plays, anything that's extra that's not covered, so.
Okay, so we expect to spend
I'm
250
sorry.
this year.
I'm supposed to over here.
Sorry, John, I ruined John's flow and I threw the whole thing off.
Right, so we brought it down. I mean, we had additional monies in there, and it's come down, so.
If you look in 21, 22, it was a little bit higher at
Yeah.
317,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
Grounds equipment is just, snow blowers, leaf blowers, that sort of equipment. Kept it basically the same. Our snow blowing equipment didn't get too much use this year, so that's a good thing. So but it's in there for replacements. Where are we? Building equipment is small tools, drain cleaners, drills, flashlights as needed for whatever to do inside repairs. We do have a small maintenance staff that we do repairs, so we, buy equipment for them to do stuff.
This year was vehicles.
Pardon?
This year was vehicles.
Yes, we also had 2 vehicles in there this year, which have become extremely problematic to try to buy, believe it or not. You can't get pickups anywhere. We actually put out a little mini bid a couple of weeks ago and got 0 results. They're trying to sell us everything else. You can't order anything. So there's still definitely backlogs with certain things out there. We do want to replace our messenger vehicle with something more fuel efficient. And I believe we have a 15-year-old, actually it's older than that, Suburban that was donated by somebody way before I ever got here that we use. So we'd like to upgrade that, make it a little safer for people and more reliable. Mechanical equipment is your major HVAC units, motors, pumps, stuff that goes wrong, compressors, anything building related as your larger thing. Let me catch up. Give me 1 second to catch up. Where am I? Fuel. Electricity. All right, fuel.
Utilities related deal?
Yep, so we're down into utilities, right? So fuel, obviously we put an increase in here on fuel. As anybody knows who's paying fuel bills are up. Although oil is dropping a little bit now, we primarily burn gas in the district. We can burn oil at all our buildings except for New Hutch. But again, we primarily burn gas, which has been cheaper. We do have a situation here at the high school where we're mandated by, we bought into it, so Con Ed forces us to go to oil on high demand times. This year, we only did it twice, and they were both for tests, not because of actual demand. We get calls to turn it over, which kind of lets you know that it's really been a mild winter, which is kind of an anomaly, which is great, but it doesn't, I mean, I'm sure everybody's gotten pretty nice Con Ed bills at home as well. So
I'm going to jump into, and because we applied to that rate, it's an interruptible rate.
Yeah.
We receive a favorable energy, a more favorable energy cost than what you would pay if you're on a non-interruptible. So it can really work out into the district's favor.
Right. Okay. Light and power, again, we're estimating it's going up. We've gotten huge increases across the board, as everybody else has. I guess, more demand and less supply. Indian Point's now offline, as far as I know, so there you go. Con Ed's rates have gone way up. We do buy from NIPA, but we also buy from Con Ed. Water service, again, prices are up, but our expected use is up. Prospect Hill irrigation is now online. Hutch is online, and the price of water has gone way up. Telephone service is just estimated normal increase for phone service. We have additional phone lines, additional demands, additional phone lines for elevators that we've put online now with Hutch and Prospect. We've added 3 elevators. Each of them get 2 phone lines for emergency calls. We've added additional burglar alarms, all those additional phone lines. They all add up when you're mandated to have them. That's the other problem. So, for good reason, but.
So John, just quickly, across the board, it looks like you're showing a 25% increase in utilities expected?
Yeah, at least, yeah, oh, yeah.
26.
Right.
26 and a half?
Right.
Okay.
And if you look
that's a
at
significant.
Oh, yeah.
significant jump.
It is. Well, again, if you look at 21, 22 actual to estimated expenditure this year, it's probably, if you aggregate the fuel and the light and power, you're over 30% right there.
Yeah.
Again, we've had a very favorable winter as far as degree days. We've done pretty well. So that's nice. But with the uncertainty right now in the utility market, and we're still looking at the numbers, and again, the budget's not final. So if we see something that would lead us to think otherwise, we're going to bring that recommendation to the board, Finance Committee and the board. But these are, I think we're all facing it in different ways, and the district is as well.
And we've had cost-saving measures that we've tried to do, new building controls in a lot of the buildings. Hutch, we really don't have a good handle on how much we're saving or not saving there because we haven't had a good regular winter, so it's very difficult to get it. LED lighting everywhere, but we're not, we're offsetting the cost, but we're not seeing the savings I'd like to see. I mean, because prices are just going up, like anything else, so. Okay, where are we? I'm losing
Page
track.
B6.
B6, where are we?
Professional
Stop. Yep.
consultant services.
Okay. Professional consultant services, we have a number of people that we bring in to check for professional services. We use a roof inspector to inspect our roofs. We have the masonry inspector, checks masonry, architectural services or engineering services. So that's what that's about. Contracted services are all the contracted services we use. Next one, hang on, where are we? All this, right? Fire alarm maintenance, HVAC maintenance, dog care is not under there, dog is under.
Yeah, you might just add that in the appendix 3 of the budget book. There's
Yes.
a lot of detail on all of these lines.
Yes,
That's
so-
what John's reading.
Right.
If the board looks on Appendix 3, there's a line-by-line build-up to each of these items that we're reviewing.
Elevator inspections, fire generator maintenance, moving expenses, your phone line, PA system, refuse collection, composting, all that security alarm, sprinkler inspections every year, fire inspections, Vita-Root, which, for those of you who don't know, Vita-Root system is what monitors our oil tanks, which were mandated. We got a clean bill of health yesterday. We had a nice visit from the health department. They showed up and did a training for a couple of new guys, so we did great here. They checked the high school, they checked the Cyberlife, so we were all good, which was nice to hear. Pardon?
Congratulations.
Oh, there you go.
It could've
I win
gone-
nothing but.
It could have gone a different way.
Yeah, I win nothing but a fine, but that's all right.
Exactly.
But it's good to get,
The consequences for losing are worse.
yeah,
so
exactly. But,
that's why-
we helped them out, trained the new guys, so I think he helped us out, so that was great. So but the whole point of it is you're checking for fuel leaks. That's the number one thing with fuel tanks, that you're maintaining them to make sure that you're not
Yep.
losing fuel. So these systems have to be checked. There's monitoring if you get an oil leak and how much oil is in the tanks each day. Even though we're not using them, they're still there, so. Okay.
And that's called Vita-Root.
It's a system we use, yeah, that's it,
Okay.
yeah. But,
It doesn't sound.
There, yeah, I don't-
it's important. I mean, if you get, it'll detect a leak, it'll send an alarm, because, I know prior to all of us being here in the district, there was a huge problem over at Siwanoy. There was a leak over there on the side, and that was all replaced. But I know there was, spillage that had to be remediated, which is never cheap. So it's easier to stay on top of it than,
We'll share it next year on the board visit.
oh, yeah, I could show you that. That's fine. But
It's like a cash register receipt. Sometimes you see the
Oh, yeah, yeah.
printout every
It tells you how
day.
much oil's in the tank each
Yeah.
day, and if there's water, because you can get water in your tanks from condensation and whatnot. And so that's what that does. Who knew that'd be the exciting thing, but. All right, where am I? Contract, building and repair, let's see. You could follow right along here, I mean, on G6, I guess. Building, repair, and equipment, where are we? On 442. So, normal drain cleaning, the clock repairs, HVAC repairs, that's what all that is over there. We've come down a little bit over there. With Hutch coming online, we don't have as many repairs over there, thank goodness. The roof is good, the systems are good, so there was a reduction over there. We are into 442 again. Do you want me to go through each one of these, or anybody have any question on any particular one that's interesting? Or?
Just backing up just a
Yep.
little bit to the professional and consulting services.
Yep.
Looks like in 2021, 22, we spent just under $20,000. And,
Right.
And that's sort of gone up significantly to like 127,000 budgeted.
Right.
Who are the new folks who are having to?
Well, it's not new folks, it's more of mandates that we have to follow. We have to do lead testing, so we're due for lead testing this year, so all the water's got to get tested in every building. And actually, you figure you build a brand-new building, and we were off the hook. They just added in, you know what, if you got a brand-new building, you got to test that one too. So that's in there. But we're also due for our 5-year building condition survey, which is mandated as well. It's a 5-year building condition survey, but I believe we're 9 years out on our 5-year building condition survey. And the reason for that, everybody used to be on the same year cycle. There's only so many engineers, there's only so many architects, so 600 school districts were vying for the same people. What they did then, they separated all the districts throughout the state to different years. We happened to get pushed to the last year. We're going to go through that. It's an expensive process to go through each building to see what its needs are, what changes it need. We're basically going to receive a new report on the condition of our building, and it's a great tool for identifying projects going forward, be it for capital or bond or the state uses that. We can use that. It's a great tool. There's a lot of items in there that we could pick up on that we can handle in-house or locally, but, if they become too big, if you're dealing with roofs and pointing and stuff like that, that's where you guys come in and have to make decisions on that.
And Jim, for some of these studies and mandated reports and that John just went through, those are sort of one. I mean, I guess they happen every few years, not every single year. Are those types of expenses along with the pickup trucks? Are those candidates for pulling from reserves?
Well, you're exactly right. So the architectural, the building condition survey, every 5 years now moving forward. So you're right, it's not an every year. Same with lead. Whether you choose to apply, I mean, we already have a good amount of fund balance applied to the budget as a revenue supporting the budget. I think we're only $100,000 less than where we were last year. And last year, we put a couple of one-time items in there that have remained in, like the interventionists and those types of things. But it's definitely, I would say, not a recurring expense. It's an every 5-year expense. As you know, very obvious, it's a 5-year plan.
Right. How about the vehicles? Can we?
Vehicles were last year, so they're out. And then, so we're just, John has to find a way to buy them.
Yeah, we have the money from this year, we haven't, spent it, so.
But if we were doing vehicles, I would say that is an excellent example of that type of one-time. I mean, in a district such as ours, and in most instances with school districts and municipalities, the vehicles rust out before they mileage out, just because of they're needed day in and day out, but there's just not a lot of mileage that you put on them.
And we accept donations.
Every meeting.
Teslas, Ferraris, we're all good.
So if anybody has a Suburban or
There you go.
a pickup
John's a
truck.
big fan of Magnum,
There you
the
go.
original.
There you
So
There you go.
we are thinking pickup trucks, smaller, efficient vehicles, quite honestly. It's a very generous donation that a previous family made to the district. It was a Suburban. Some board members had the benefit of riding around for the annual building tour.
Tours.
In the, I think we did that until the air conditioning went out.
Yeah,
So long as you can paint it green.
there you go. Exactly.
Yes, but again, it's certainly, it served the family well, and now it's done a great job serving the district. But it's
She's tired.
done.
I was looking for the related line item, and maybe it's not so obvious in this format, but have we seen any savings or increased costs to, now that we're fully operational with the extra turf fields over at Glover? Or is it more just in terms of the maintenance, the time and maintenance?
Well, we do an annual maintenance on the turf field. We basically, we maintain it ourselves, but once a year, then we have a service come in that basically does a deep cleaning. It's not worth us to buy the equipment to do that. So we have a contractual service. They come in, they do a deep cleaning, it basically removes the rubber, pulls it out, pulls all your hairpins and all your pen caps that are all in the rubber, which it's amazing what's in there. Cleans it all out, and then that rubber gets cleaned and then put back in. And it's really important to take care and make sure that the rubber, is not compacted, because once those fibers start rubbing together and they deteriorate, they're not going to come back. So that's how you stretch the length of that field. That field's coming up, I believe, 10 years now. That the main field, the Glover field, has a mat underneath it called a G-Max mat, which is supposed to give you 15 years. Like we're gonna, I would say like this year is the first year you're starting to notice Glover showing its age a little bit, like it's not.
The original.
The original field. The other field isn't in great shape. I mean, you're going to get wear spots like on any of these fields because it's different sports, like baseball, pitching is horrible. Lacrosse, right on that little center spot, is horrible. And, goalies are horrible. They all stand at the same spot. And those areas can always be patched out. But, the new field is fantastic. It's been great. We went through, a couple of floods. I think we made some really key moves as a district in terms of the safeties we put in there for flooding. It all worked out terrific. We did add, I think it was like 10,000 pounds of rubber to Glover last year, and, to keep that up and running, because it's a big expense. I know there is a capital budget to replace that field when it comes due, which is great. We did redo we cleaned, everybody thought we put a new field in there. All we did was clean the track. I think it was 3 years ago. We had a company come in, they power washed the whole thing, looked like brand new. Everybody thought, oh, you got a new track? I said, yes, I did. But it'd be great to have them, when it goes time to replace, like, I don't think there's money in it for the track per se, but do them at the same time, because you got to traverse the track and it's never a good thing, because that top rubber is it's just a sacrificial rubber on that very top of the track. The base is very good, so it shouldn't be as expensive, but there's still just a thin little layer of rubber that goes across that whole top of it. But it would make sense to do both at the same time. So hopefully we get the 15 years out of it, and that's what the plan. I see the other field lasting as longer because you're not getting as heavy play. But, it's been great because with Len and Mr. Finnegan now running at the athletics, I said, please keep everybody off the grass give me another week. I spoke to Recreation. They were biting at the bit to get out there. Everybody, the first day the daisies are popping up, everybody wants to get on the grass. But, it's just not out of dormancy if we can give it another week. And that's the beauty of having the turf, to put the kids on the turf. I was talking to a gentleman up in Saratoga. They got 2 feet of snow, so we're going to have 2 weeks on everybody up north on the sports. So if this is your year, this is your year. Yeah.
And I think we are seeing some less ground supplies, but then you're kind of paying clay, things like clay. Certainly you don't need that for the infields.
So the savings are offset by other
Well, the cost
slightly
increases of
additional
clay, or different
costs,
things
yeah.
like that. It's amazing.
Right, the real value of the turf, that nobody really
uptime.
puts a cost in is, Bobby can get out there 2 inches of rain and you can go out there right after that. You're not missing games. One of the things that we kind of deliberated over is when everybody else is canceling on their baseball fields, we're trucking the kids in here, we're saving it on busing, and we're having the games here, which is great, so that's kind of worked out. So, but people are switching to the artificial even for baseball, but there are the traditionalists out there, but it just doesn't work for kids' sport. There's just too many kids, or not too many, but everybody wants to get on the field, which is great. Like, we didn't have lacrosse years ago. There weren't, male and female sports on most sports. You played 4 football games a year, and that was it. Now it's, it's a different animal, but, which is great. That's what you want it for.
Yeah, having the uptime is really the benefit, I think, that we're seeing, and I think the community's seeing that as well.
Okay. Sorry. I'm totally lost. Okay.
Uniforms.
All right. Uniforms, help me out here. Where am I?
25,000.
Okay. Uniforms is up, just as it is, uniforms. Interesting enough, we put out bids for all our, everything we buy is on state bid or county bid or national bid. We have a bid, an internal bid for uniforms. It's due up. We renew our bids every year. Vendors can ask for up to CPI, which is, I believe, 8.3% this year, CPI. Depending on the vendor and how much we like them, the service, not like the person, it's irrelevant. But if we're happy with the service, we've gone up to CPI. Other ones, not so much. If I figure we could go out and just rebid it. But we do have the ability for 5 years to extend these contracts on an annual basis. We can't do more than a year. Our uniform bid, he wants, what do you say, 20? Something high, much more over 8. And so we're going to have to go out to bid for, something like that, which we don't necessarily want to do, but we will do it because it's the best thing for the taxpayer, as it were. But the problem is, this guy may bid where he wants right now, and or maybe not. Maybe he'll think twice. So and hopefully come in at an acceptable bid. But these are the uniforms for the guys and the staff, jackets, shirts, and that sort of thing. So that's basically it. But just to kind of let you know of the process, if that helps you. Training and education. A lot of our training and education that we do for our guys is in-house. It doesn't cost anything. We've really, there's been some new turnover in both Pelham and Pelham Manor Fire Department and the police services. The level of cooperation between the two villages has been fantastic, I see, and they've also been very helpful to us. We just had a Stop the Bleed training. All our guys were in there getting that training. Didn't cost us anything, didn't cost the town anything. They came in. I think it builds a nice cohesive bond. We've done AD training here for our guys, which is good for me. But CPR we've done. I believe Mr. Finnegan. I think one of the
Has in the past.
we have done it in-house. So Well, that's the kind of training, but we have done training for our supervisors, for management training. I had 3 guys just complete a online course, which, you know, there is a fee for, but they could do it right in their office, which is great, which they pull out of it. And I think they you know, get some valuable lessons out of that. So that's what that is. It's $1,500, so I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. But it's maybe the cost offsetting, which is actually more interesting. Let's see, property lease, okay, this is for Sanborn, right? So the Sanborn, and if I can go back a couple of years, the cost for we've taken over the second piece of property up there, the second phase, we've completed that, we got certificate of occupancy for that, so that second phase of that rental is now coming due, which will be a monthly cost. Just to go back a couple of years, we've absorbed this cost in my budget for the entire rental, so like, there has been no increase to the budget to budget for, this has been offset by savings I've found in the budget by cost efficiencies, you know, not replacing sod every year and going with different items, so I'll pat myself on the back. All right, there you go. Custodial supplies, pretty obvious. That's, you know, mops and cleaning supplies and, you know, toilet paper and paper products and you name it there. There's a little decrease there because we were still buying some of the COVID items, which are now not necessary, thankfully. Ground supplies, regular ground stuff, that's the, you know, salt for the winter. Didn't have to buy any, great. We do buy topsoil for top dressing the fields, grass seed, fertilizer, that sort of stuff. Maintenance supplies is for our in-house staff. We have 2 maintenance staff right now. We're in the process of trying to hire a 3rd person. We did have a gentleman leave. He went on, he got a job further up north as a director of facilities, so I was very proud to see that. So we're trying to backfill that position, but the work we do in-house, whether we're buying lumber, whether we're buying, you know, electrical supplies, plumbing, that's what that comes out of. If we're doing a project, if we're doing lighting, or, you know, like for the summertime, this summer, we plan to do the change all the lighting in the cafeteria to LED lighting, so that's where that kind of money comes out of. Vehicle equipment and, I'm up to vehicle equipment, right? Vehicle equipment and fuel, that's basically the fuel for, you know, all the trucks. We do buy diesel from Pelham Manor. They have a diesel tank over there, so we buy diesel from them. The gas we buy from a gas station, and that's for the small equipment as well as the all our other vehicles, including the Suburban. There you go. And where are we? Recreational salaries, for those of you maybe not that familiar with this, the recreational salaries, we split with the town. There's an intermunicipal agreement for the recreational salaries for, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, D4, sorry.
Yeah, it's D4, it's a different tab, sorry.
Got it.
Tab number 2, Community Services and Recreation.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're all good? So recreation and salaries, again, we split this with, so one of our groundsmen is half funded by the town, so that's what that represents, that half number. I don't know if there's any questions on that. And then contractual services, for basically for, we have, this is tree pruning, playground maintenance and repair, which should go down. I just actually was able to pull off the inspection of Hutch the other day, which was great. Inspections, you name it. Tree pruning, we have a tree company, we have a contract with Olmsted Tree. They come in, they check our trees, they tell us what needs to be pruned and taken care of, you know, and we try to let you guys know so nobody calls up and says we're, we take our trees very seriously. We want, them to look nice and make sure they're safe and make sure there's no accidents to the best of our ability. And the last, I guess, is materials and supplies, 44, that's wrong, see, I'm on the wrong page here. 44, yeah. That's right.
Just the
This one,
15,000.
15,000 is for this, right?
Yep.
No.
Just to maintain the fields.
I'm gonna give you materials and supplies. Thank you, you're the bomb. All right. That's what, yeah, what's the? That's it.
It's really just like the shared services
Right.
for fields that are being used by Palm Rec.
Right.
Yeah.
Paint,
So it's a portion
paint,
of it.
lime, that sort of stuff. I mean, we don't really use lime anymore. We use the paint for painting
Lining the
fields.
fields.
And we don't use lime because it marks the fields and it's not as good. But that's part of what we do for the town. And then the last part, do you want to go into this or?
I don't know if there's any questions
Oh, I'm
about
sorry.
these
Is there any
items?
questions about it? Yeah.
Just backing up to
Yep.
B6, the property lease. It's sort of, there's a decrease budget to budget, but there's an increase actual to budget. Could you just run us through that again?
I'm gonna ask Jackie to help me out with that one.
And there's just a note here saying, budget reflected a full year occupancy for administrative offices, full occupancy expected in late winter 2023. So people are coming in from somewhere, and I guess, is that space being freed up for other uses? If you could just provide some commentary on that, that'd be helpful.
Would
So
you-
the property lease, it's basically the Sanborn map building. Yeah. So that line is really just the Sanborn map building along with some leasehold improvements, so it's the basic rent. So there was space A, space B.
I think Chris wants you to
Little
speak to the
closer.
mic.
Yeah,
Sorry, Jackie.
Yeah, no problem. So that line item is just the Sanborn map building, so it's the actual lease payments that we're making, as well as some leasehold improvements in there. There's also some money for utility escalation. It has bounced around a lot, as I think originally when we, if you look at the 21-22 actual, at that point, we were just occupying space A for part of the year. We had an accounting pronouncement that came out last year that took effect in last fiscal year, basically requiring us to record certain leases as capital leases. So capitalizing them in our books and amortizing them over a period of time. So when you come in later into the debt service section of the book, you'll see a whole brand-new line item that basically is the GASB 87 effect. So it's the amortization of those capital leases, principal and interest. So those were expensed on that new line in debt service and credited against where we were actually paying those expenses. So there's a little bit of a credit in the BOCES line, there's a little bit of a credit actually in the business office line for the postage machine, believe it or not, and then a fairly big credit in the property lease. So these numbers are a little bit hard to interpret.
It's aggregated, right.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So the actuals are going to look a bit artificially low, right? So the actual for 21-22 and for the 22-23 spend look kind of artificially low. I'm going to say in 21-22, it was like 75,000 was the credit because of the GASB pronouncement. And I think it's like 85 we're projecting for the 22-23 school year. And then we kind of caught up in the 23-24 budget and said, okay, we got to take this accounting pronouncement into effect. So that budget then reflects that. So the numbers do look, kind of odd, but.
I apologize. I've got a kind of a worksheet on this too, and I'm looking for it. I can't, but I will share that with the board.
Yeah.
And it'll give the ins and the outs and how we got to the final number.
Yeah.
And kind of spelling out that accounting pronouncement. But as has been shared, the administrative offices is now one space. It was originally one smaller space. There was a lease or a tenant on the other side of the wall where that tenant vacated at the termination of their lease, and then the district completed that space, so that's space B. So we had space A and space B. Space B is recently completed, and now we're so for next year, for the upcoming year budget, we will have a full year of space A and B, the combined final space that was in the original lease. There was just timing because one space was vacant at the beginning of the lease, and we had to wait for the termination, and then the fit out of that space as well, because the space needed some attention. which you'll all have, I'm sure you'll all see it. But that's kind of how it broke out that way.
So rent on the second space only started as of March 1.
Right.
And in aggregate, that's freed up space in the schools, right?
So the purpose of the 2000, thank you, and I think we're 6 years into it, 6 years into the capital plan, but part of the 2018 capital plan was about creating additional learning spaces in the high school. And the spaces, the business office used to occupy spaces in the high school, as did the curriculum offices and the superintendent's offices. And the directors of curriculum also held larger office spaces there. So with the 2018 bond and the fit out of those spaces, 7 new classrooms have been created out of the spaces that were vacated, that were previously offices in the high school. So really, that was the goal of that project, to turn those spaces back over for instructional purposes. That'll be one of the new art rooms that's being fitted out. The bridge room, our Foundations of Learning has a space there, and 2 additional classrooms, general classrooms, will be available on the bottom floor of the high school for instructional purposes and scheduling. It's been a long time coming, for sure. We've been doing this for close to 6 years now, so it'll be nice when it's completed. And good news, the casework showed up this week, so we're excited and hopeful that space will be very much ready in the near future.
You said it was 7 additional classrooms?
I'm counting it in my head, so where
Around
the
that,
superintendent
okay.
and curriculum used to be, that's two spaces. Where the directors of the curriculum, the STEM and the humanities directors were, and where PPS were, that's 2 art rooms. And then where the business office was, that is the Foundations of Learning room and 2 general classrooms.
The art was
And
switched to
then
make
part
a
of that
band.
work was the new orchestra room.
That's
Those used
correct.
to be
That's
art
right.
rooms. It was a whole
It
reshuffling
depends on
because
how you count the spaces and what you count as a classroom. But I think.
Yes.
New science
We
research
gained
room.
We gained 6 spaces.
6 space, we netted
6
out
cla-
1. Correct, we created a larger orchestra room, which relocated. And
Which
art,
didn't have a
art,
space.
but the facilities department actually did that work, and they were able to repurpose those spaces for art. And those have been in service for they're in their 2nd year, I think. Is that right?
Third, it might be third.
Maybe 3rd, but 2nd. So we were blessed with them being able to do that work. And now with the new space being created, the bridge space, which is on the 2nd floor of the high school, one that can now be
That's your
opened
seven.
up
That's your
as an additional general ed classroom on the 2nd floor. So that's really great, too.
So that it's a class, and there's like 2 offices, so we're going to do that in-house this summer, and that'll turn back to a classroom.
Full-size classroom.
Yep.
That's the
When
one.
the work's complete, could the board
Come in and
Oh,
do
we
see
it.
will,
all
yeah, come in.
have like a little tour? Because I think, we, ahead of the bond, we got to see all the spaces and hear from the administrators and see how those pieces were all going to fit together. So like as a finishing touch, it would be nice to see it, but I think it's also important for this board who wasn't there for the discussions to see the spaces and understand what's been added, particularly because we've talked about crowded classes at the high school and new master schedule. I just think it'll make a ton more sense to see.
I agree, we'd be
It all
happy
together.
to do that. I
And
think it'd be very valuable.
And I remember when we looked at, in the context of the fundraising to build a new fitness facility, there was that room
Yes.
that contains very, very old files, presumably Sue's old English essays are in there somewhere. Is that being moved to Sanborn, or what's happening to that?
No, as part of that project, we will identify space for that. I think part of that will include digitization of some of those records that can be digitized, which of course will make a big, big difference.
Have we gotten an update, actually, on how they're doing on fundraising for that project?
I just received a couple of emails this afternoon, but I have not had a chance to read them and return to them. I'm sorry.
The
to
early
Vinny
days of it.
Sue, but I know they're working. We've all seen that, I'm sure.
Also related to related services, back to this bond discussion, I remember when we toured Glover, there was a discussion about the lights and the fact that every time the lights go on, there's a cost incurred with that. Is that still our current setup with the lights?
Yes.
And that's part of the shared facility as a shared cost, right? Because if rec or
The way it works, they
travel
manage the
teams.
electricity, so, sorry, they manage the electricity basically, this was back from Doc's days. So when we use the lights, they basically charge us back, but the majority of the lights are used by town for, because most of our sports are done by, 7 o'clock, particularly with the longer days now, it's not an issue.
So they manage the lights, it's
yes.
actually in reverse. Okay, so they manage the lights, we pay them when we have to use them. And,
Right.
Right.
yeah.
So it's kind of like there's a time, how much they're used, and we figured out the costs and to balance the,
I think there's great value in, so we're on a demand meter at Glover Field, and for those, to help those who don't know what a demand meter is, you may have heard of it. When you go on a demand meter, you pay a much higher rate for all of your electricity. And you don't just, and that's because you need so much energy to get the lights started. And it may not need as much energy once they're on, but it doesn't matter, because if you need that juice, the energy company, Con Ed, is going to charge you for that demand. And you don't just pay for the watts that you use to get the light started, it's for all of your power at that point in time. So, which is why the Recreation Department is very diligent about using the lights kind of in those month periods, so it coincides with billing periods, because we want to make sure we don't incur a demand fee when they don't have to. The LED lights, we don't believe would require demand, so that would certainly make a difference. I think the technology keeps getting better. It's something we want to look towards. We're closing out the 18 budget. We've taken on a number of playground projects. We've taken on a fitness center project. So we'd like to finish the 18 capital project and then continue to work with our facilities committee and look at things such as that, because I think just great value can be added back to the district and the community as a whole.
Would that be part of the facility 5-year plan, or that would be like in addition to that? Because they're just looking at the existing.
Well, they would look, as part of that, we could ask them to look at our infrastructure at the Glover Field. They may look at our lights and suggest what you're finding now. The standard now is you would put in LED lights, and they could make a recommendation at that point in time.
we've looked at a couple of energy performance companies that have had come in, look at the lights, because everybody's looking, basically, when you have an energy performance company, they come in and they promise you no-cost renovations for lighting or boilers or window tinting or insulation around doors at no cost to you, but they get to keep any of the energy savings. We've had them look at the Glover Field as an isolated issue. We've had two or three different companies come in. There's not enough squeeze in the orange to get for them to do it. If we had the funding to do it, it'd probably behoove us to do it. But there's not enough for them to do it. But it just depends on what the need is for the district and where we decide to go.
I've got some experience with it in other location. The light is very good. You don't have a lot of bleeding off of the lights. The maintenance on the lights is less. And it's really amazing. I mean, you can see, it could be light here on my desk, 2 feet off my desk, it can be dark. That is really how accurate they can be at directing the LED lights. It's really great. Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out one thing. When we talk about the increase in utility costs, if we go back to what makes up the change in the budget, right, between this year and next year, that it's like the fourth largest,
Oh,
right,
it's huge.
increase, like
Oh,
9%.
it's gonna be brutal.
It accounts for 9% of the increase in the proposed budget.
It's about $600,000
Yeah.
in the budget-to-budget variance that you'll see there. And you'll see there's some contingency budgeted in there, but it's a great unknown right now, and the lights are going to be on next year, and we're going to heat the buildings.
Yep.
So that's something we definitely know.
Good. Everybody good?
Thank you, John.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
we've got the capital, the $2 million for capital two,
So don't go anywhere.
made up of two items, which would be the replacement of the rooftop units in this building. There are 5 on this site, John?
4 and 1.
4 on the middle school roof and 1 on the annex roof. They're original to the construction of the middle school. They were identified in the 2016 5-year report that John talks about. They were part of the discussion in the 2018 capital bond, and they didn't make it on, they got to the cutting room floor at the end of the day.
John made a very compelling argument then.
I think John's argument was we will maintain them, and we have maintained them. They've proven to be costly to maintain. They also operate using a coolant that is just more expensive at this point in time. John, you're probably better to talk about it.
Right, I mean, R22, coolant is becoming very difficult to get. It's 4 times the price of R410, which is a more modern coolant right now. These units are starting to become very problematic. We have put a lot of money into unit number 5, which is on the annex. Last year, if you recall, we replaced compressors in that. The problem with these units now, the components on them are kind of obsolete. So when items go down, we actually have to remove the components, send them out, get them redone, and put them back in. And so you fully understand there's no, the entire heating and air conditioning is dependent on these rooftop units. There is a boiler plant in the annex which supplies the hot water to these units. But when these units don't operate anymore, you're not going to have heating and cooling in the building and/or ventilation. So it's,
So there's 5 of them. It's, again, and sometimes one will go down and the other ones will operate, but they've really have gotten to that point of their useful life as we look at it. So, again, we worked with the facilities committee and kind of listening to finance and facilities. And as part of that, you'll see in this budget, there's a $2 million in the preliminary budget for the purposes of replacing the rooftop units and addressing playgrounds and starting the process of replacing playgrounds, first at Siwanoy, and then Colonial, and then Prospect Hill, over a multi-year process.
So actually, when you look at that list of items that didn't make it into the budget that were discussed, those rooftop units, those playgrounds, and then Julian's playground sat at the very bottom of that list, so that's partially getting upgraded, but it's interesting how some of those, like, we can push the can down the road items have surfaced to the top as we're closing out the bond, so.
well, it's interesting, like with SED now, like depending on what you decide to do. If you wanted to renovate, say, do something in Siwanoy and you wanted to get SED approval and you'd be mandated to do upgrades to HVAC or, if it's a playground, SED wouldn't mandate that. That's a board decision. So it depends on, and when that 5-year report also, that gets reviewed by SED anytime you want to do something, and you have to bring everything up to the current standard for that area that you want to work on. Which
What's SED?
State Education Department. All right,
More alphabet soup, sorry.
Yeah. So the State Education Department is the whole, but we report to the facilities, so we get our certificate for occupancy through there. They maintain our fire inspections. We have to go through them. The architects sign off on, we don't get building permits, but we get building permits through the State Education Department, which are signed off by the architect, and that gives us permission to use the building, and we have to maintain a CO every year with them. But if you're going to renovate, a given area that hasn't been touched since 1930s, which we have some, that you'd have to bring it up to current standards for ventilation, and that's where real cost was, and I think that was a lot of the decision-making that went into building new hutch. That was part of that process. Not only the fact that I think the exterior of the building was having difficulties as well.
And as we look at the rooftop units, say if it survives this part of the budget and makes it into the final budget and would be approved by the voters, there's still a process that we would have to go through. we would engage the services of an architect. They would have to develop plans and submit those plans to the State Education Department for a building permit. Once that building permit's received, they would also, that architect would develop bid specifications. We'd have to go out to bid, obviously award that bid, and then that equipment would need to be ordered. So I think the earliest you could anticipate those new units sitting on top of the building would be a year from July, but it could very easily be 2 years from July, dependent upon the timeline and the supply lines issues and how fast we could receive a permit from the State Education Department.
And it relates to also like cranes being brought in and
Oh,
taking
yeah.
the
You would
units
need-
down.
yeah.
And you'd shut the
Doing it
building
in
down because you're
yeah.
obviously not supplying, cooling and heating to the building. I mean, yeah, and you can only do
Like
it in the
it's
summer.
summer work,
Because
right.
all these kids want to go to school during the year, but.
Exactly. Exactly. It's work that would have to be done over the summer period. I
They
think-
take a
Use the
break.
work want to carefully.
I think we've all seen it in cities too. We see those huge cranes that set up on Sunday mornings and, well, yeah, they block everything off and that's really what it would be. They swing these huge units, they'll take some off and take some on, almost like a remove and replace. But the timeline is there. That's part of the bid, so
That wouldn't be my problem.
that'd be part of the
That's
bid,
their-
so the
that's
vendor
their-
would be responsible for
John's
removing
like,
and
"That's not my
disposing of. Yeah,
It's like a turn-in, it's like a lease, can you turn it back?
we get a half a cent a pound.
Is there, so I know we get state aid back for like,
Yes.
but we would get the state aid.
Thank you. Yes. So for projects where we have a building permit, we would be eligible for the state aid. And that's irregardless of whether we paid for it, the district paid for it using fund balance, or if you borrowed money. But the state aid would come in over a number of years, over the amortization period of the equipment. So if it's a 10-year amortization period and our state aid benefit was, say, 30% of the project, we would receive that 30% over a 10-year period. We'd receive 1/10 of it every year over the 30-year period. Over the 10-year period. But absolutely, yes, it would be eligible for aid. And actually, one of the items on this evening's agenda also relates to that. It's a SECRA resolution for the Environmental Quality Review Act. And that has to do with the fact that the board has to, as part of a project review, just understanding if there is an environmental impact. And this evening, the recommendation is that it's a type 2 review, which means it doesn't have an environmental impact, mainly because it is a removal and replacement of that equipment. When we did the Hutchinson project, the district engaged the service of a professional, I think it was Miller and Associates, and they did an entire environmental review because of, certainly it was a much larger project with eliminating the rock, building a new building and such. That's something where it would be a much larger SECRA process.
They did a historical review there, too.
That's right, they did a historical review on that. And we're excited about playgrounds. It's fun to, it's nice to see kids play, it's good to hear kids play. And as Mr. Condon says, the ground is lava. They have to get to, they've got to get from one side of the unit to the other without touching the ground. And I think Julianne's has been wonderful for the kids since it was originally redone, and this is a great opportunity to continue. And I think, well, certainly you all know how wonderful it is to have Junior League taking the lead and working on doing more work with it.
Good.
Are we good to transition to staffing at this point?
I've got the business office. We talk about
business.
auditors and,
Sit tight, yep.
sorry, Steve. If we go to B3. A few pages forward. Again, the business administration and finance. We have our salaries and on the first two lines.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thanks, John.
Good night.
And then we have our contractual expenses ACA compliance, that's the Affordable Care Act, postage, bid fees. It's amazing how much it costs to advertise for a public bid. I'm always amazed at it, but there's a cost to that. Conferences and memberships, and then you see office supplies, check stock. We still write checks for payables and a couple of employees. And then the last one that you see that is your contractual line for auditing. We have an external auditor which does our annual audit. We have an internal auditor. And then every month we have a claims auditor who audits all of our payables before any of those payments go out. We also have a financial advisor for any capital and for any reporting purposes. And then you see a fixed asset management fee too. We expect to go out to RFP for external audit services. We've reached our 5-year cycle, so that's coming up at this point in time. When we did that last time, we worked with the audit committee, and then the audit committee brought forward a recommendation to the board. If we look on B4, we just have legal services, I guess, which is part of it, 1420,400. There's a portion of that there. I don't want to take too much of the human resources and personnel part. That's not, that's for the guy next to me for another day, for when he goes over it. And then on B7, we have our insurances, our unallocated insurances. So we belong to NYSER, New York State Insurance Reciprocal. It's a group of school districts that came together, formed a consortium because we all have insurance needs that are very similar. This was done in the 80s. And because of that, we benefit from the power of purchasing as a number of school districts. And they go out, they hire a manager for this, and they go out and they shop that insurance for us every year.
Jim, which page is that?
I'm sorry, B7?
They shop for all the insurance?
They shop our insurance, yeah. So we could have different carriers for different types of insurance. And then, see, exciting things like assessments for sewer taxes, which is could be the most important item right now. And as a member of BOCES, as a component member of BOCES, we do have that fee you see there, which is part of our administrative fee. And there's a note there too. We're almost 40 school districts. So this is part of that cooperative education and a little bit of what Tracy shared earlier. They help run services that not all districts can run individually. So they do run some special need programs. And I think John Sabalos talked quite a bit about that with regarding to the LYRIC, the Lower Hudson Regional Information Center, which is also run by BOCES, and certainly in the age of cyber crimes and the vulnerabilities that I think everyone has there, working through the BOCES program and them having the resources of many districts, it benefits everybody, and I think it protects our data and our services. And we get the benefit of I think, just being more on the forefront than if we ran a one-off, a much smaller shop. Are there any other questions? I had a couple of other things. I know just when we had a finance committee meeting, and we kind of talked a little bit about when we had our first meeting, and I had a 30-page slide, and I promised this isn't 30 pages. It's just about 8. And again, the budget is a $91,125,000 budget, which is the budget-to-budget increase of 8.17% and a tax levy increase of 2.95% in the preliminary budget. So, wow, we lost it right on the bottom there. Wouldn't you know it?
Yeah.
What you have here is a side-by-side of the summary of this budget that's before the board. On the left-hand side, you see the changes in the revenue or the financing sources of this budget from the current budget year that we're in into the one that's being, the preliminary budget that's before you. And to the right, you see the changes in the expenditure side of the budget from the current budget to the preliminary budget in front of you. As you see on the bottom, the total increase is $6,885,000, an increase in the revenue as well as in the expenditures. Now, one of the things we talked about was the rooftop units and the playgrounds. That's $2 million proposed in this budget. On the left-hand side, you see it kind of in the middle of the page on the left. It says capital expenditures, $2 million. And just to the right and a little bit higher, it says transfer to capital fund, $2 million. Those kind of are supporting each other. If you were to say we're not going to, we don't want to do either one of them, or it was just a budget like the current year we're in, that increase, of course, would be $4,885,000. I just want to, the increase, the year-to-year increase would be lower, and I just want to share that with you. But really, people think more about what's happening with our expenditures and what's driving some of our costs. This was also in the original, the original presentation that I shared. Again, this is really what's driving that part of the expense budget. So our salary and benefits for our existing staff, including our retirement savings, you see there, that's one of the largest expenses in the year-to-year growth of $2,357,000. There is proposed to have increased staff, and there's a cost to that, and you see that on the second line. That's the $1,245,000. Right beneath that, you see the $2 million, which we talked about, the rooftop units and the playgrounds, and then the utilities. And then you see, of course, the other items as you go down, and the all other changes make up $60,000. So I hope this kind of adds some visibility and just gives everyone an idea of where that increase is coming from, what the makeup is, because it looks like a big number. And when you look at it in each piece, I think it just, the whole idea is to hopefully give everyone a clear understanding of where it's coming from and where it would be going towards.
So is this slide online? Is this available online yet?
It was in the presentation. I don't know if it made it into the last meeting,
Yeah.
but
Because I think this and potentially the prior slide
yes.
is, I think for people who are scratching their heads and thinking, the budget's gone up from 84 million to 91, where's it going? I think this is probably the best summary of that.
Yes.
Okay. So I would encourage, if you're able to, I would encourage you sort of disseminate or post this online.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I would add, because the question keeps coming up, that the budget's going up to 91, but the overall enrollment is going down. So I think it would be helpful to juxtapose this with an explanation. I think that would help
Right.
answer a lot of questions.
Yeah. And I think paired with that, a lot of that increase is really programmatic, because the programmatic growth isn't necessarily correlated. There isn't necessarily a correlation between the dollars and the enrollment because of program growth that's laid on top of this.
That's
Yep.
got to be in the explanation.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, no, absolutely. And, I don't know if we want to go through it now or later. But, I did take a look back, and I know these past 3 years in particular, as the state has made us whole finally with foundation aid, and I know a lot of folks remember advocating for that for the last number of years, that has enabled us to finally fill in some pieces of program that I
Yep.
think really were critical for us, especially coming out of the pandemic, whether it's academic supports, mental health supports, as Tracy covered a lot of that ground earlier. We definitely have built in those areas, but also trying to right-size our staff more. And I know Steve will probably touch a little bit on the concept of overages, but that's a lot of what we've relied on as a district for a long time, having teachers pick up extra classes here and there, which just adds to a significant workload. So trying to also then fill in and really start to right-size staff. So we can go more in detail another time. I know the hour's getting pretty late. But that's, I think, the answer to that question.
Yep.
Especially a district who wants to have the supports for students at the younger levels to deal with those learning gaps and deal with the wellness of our students, the whole child wellness, but also to maintain the depth of and breadth of the coursework at the high school level in particular. So that there's been a lot of growth, and we can do something to kind of highlight those
Yeah, I think
programmatic growth side by side.
I think you know, some of the things you said are probably what's on people's minds, which is, you know, we kind of get very, very granular in this meeting. You know, we're looking at sort of things like sewer expense, et cetera. But, you know, zooming back out,
Yeah.
I think people who've been here for a few years maybe like, hang on a second, like the budget was in 2020, 2021, so sort of 3 years ago, was $76 million. Now it's going to be $91 million. Sort of thematically, what are the areas of improvement? What are the areas of growth that have justified that increase, or have caused that increase? And I think you touched on some of them in what you just said now, but I think it would be, you know, the more we can message that, I think the more helpful it would be, because, you know, 76 to 91 in a space of 3 years feels like a lot to people.
One of the things I know that Jackie had shared with, I think, the Finance Committee following our meeting last week was another look at how much the tax levy really is accounted for within the overall funding. You know, and when we looked, Jackie did a look back for us. And I don't, Jackie, you may do a better explanation than I do, but when we look at how much of the final budget is represented by the tax levy versus state aid, as that state aid has come on, it's actually more of our revenues percentage-wise than the percentage of the tax levy has gone down as the percentage of the foundation aid has come up. So I think that's an important, sorry, I'm stealing Jim's
I can
thunder.
talk to some of it, no.
I think that's an important piece kind of to that puzzle too, because that really has, that infusion of foundation aid has been really important to answering that exact question.
Absolutely, and I think as we looked at 2020, even back to 15, 16, or 2021, our state aid in 2021 was about $7.4 million. And let's look at it to today. In the preliminary budget, it's at $12.7 million. So certainly, it's a huge increase, and that speaks to a significant part of that. Going from budget year 2021 into 21-22, our debt service also increased related to the 2018 capital bond. So the full debt service came on. That was about $3 million, just under $3 million that we saw in additional debt service. So that will definitely drive the budget because, again, I agree with what you've shared. The number from $76.7 million to $91 million, it can open your eyes a little bit. And I think peeling that back a little bit, the debt service helps explain some of that. I think as you look at in this current budget, as you look at the $2 million capital for the rooftop units, the proposed budget's $91 million, and that's what it is. If you adjusted it to take out that capital, the one-time capital, it would obviously be $2 million less. But it is $91 million, so I don't want to make any type of representation that it's anything but $91 million.
But that's one time, right? One-time
Right.
costs that would not reoccur.
Or potentially increase to 91 the following year.
Yeah.
Correct.
To allow for.
Right.
Correct.
Well,
As
and
we
looking
look-
at it another way, where the debt service is increasing until like 2025, but that debt service could be that much greater if we had added it to the bond. You know, like if you go out to bond for those items, which was considered back then,
Right.
then taxpayers are paying it over generations, right? So,
And we're spending the money, the 2 million, but not taxing for it next year. Is it
Right.
another way to look at it as well, too?
Which maybe you have a slide on, just to understand how the fund allocation for the capital projects factors into the tax cap calculation.
Yeah, thank you. I included the tax cap calculation once again, and It's a long process. It's a prescribed process that the Office of State Comptroller shares, and we added a line here to try to just be very, very deliberate in illustrating how that $2 million factors into the tax cap calculation. So again, if we start at the top, the budget year that we're in right now, the tax levy is $68,581,807. There is a growth factor, which is a number assigned to the district by Albany State Office of Real Property, and that was 0.62%. Then you have prior year exclusions, and prior year exclusions are your net cost of debt service and your appropriated debt service fund, as you see the net out of that, which brings you down to the prior year tax levy limit of $66,419,394. Then you have the allowable levy of the taxes, which is the lower of CPI or 2%. For the time period we were talking about, I think the CPI was 4.7%. So right there, that puts us at 2%, which is the factor that you see in here. So if you take the $66,419,394, multiply it by 1.02% or 2%. Thank you. It's a big reveal at the end, 2.95. You have your limit before exclusions of $67,747,782. So that's one part of the tax cap. The second part has to deal with your capital exclusions. So your capital exclusions are your net debt service, which is that $4,429,736. And then we have the part that I just talked about, the transfer to capital. So we have a $2 million capital expense for the rooftop units and the playgrounds that we're talking about here. And then the funding source of it being the appropriation of prior year surplus there, the $2 million. And then also in the preliminary budget, you have the appropriation of the debt service fund of the $1.575 million. So if you take that $67,747,782 and follow that down with the inflow, the additive of the debt service and the transfer of the capital, and then taking away your appropriated prior year surplus and your debt service fund, that brings you to a preliminary tax levy of $70,602,518.95. And that's how the math runs.
So we're taxing the community this year, $70,602,518 proposed, right? Versus $68 million last year, right? So
Right.
I think it's important to look at those two numbers in relation to each other, and also look at the number, the budget to budget increase as well too.
Yeah.
Because some of it is not, the community is not being taxed for, right? Because it's in a combination of a use of reserves and an increase in other funding sources, mostly state aid.
Now, if the board chose to not use your prior year surplus or debt service fund, you can do that. And I'll show something, and you could still have a tax cap compliant with the budget that passes at 50% plus one. But again, the taxes would be much, much higher, and I don't think that's anything that anybody's proposing. If you applied more debt service fund, that would have a result in lowering the tax rate. And again, this is just kind of the components of where that 2.95% comes from. Part of it's supporting the operating budget, and then you see the bottom portion is supporting the capital portion of the budget. And then here's just something I wanted to share with you with kind of some tax cap sensitivity. And as the arrow shows, the preliminary budget shows that the preliminary budget showing the application of $1,575,000, as well as the use of prior year surplus, which would bring you out to an allowable tax cap year-to-year increase of 2.95%. Going down, if the board chose to use all of the debt service fund and keep the prior year surplus in there, that could drive down the levy to 2.07%. And you could even apply, we could follow the exercise further and put in more prior year surplus and drive that down further. Similarly, though, if you took some of it away and you went the other direction, you would have the resulting tax increase of either 5.86% or 8.16. All of these are tax cap compliant budgets. And none of them have 2% or 2%, which is interesting.
When you said the 2 million, under the column prior year surplus, and you have the 2 million, that's the 2 million that were,
That is
From-
offsetting the cost of the rooftop. That's being applied
from the
to the
capital.
rooftop units.
Undesignated fund balance.
So
and that's coming from undesignated
Yes,
fund balance?
prior year reserve, undesignated, prior year surplus, undesignated
All
fund
right.
balance.
So, Jim, when we often talk about decisions that current boards make that have implications for future boards, the bond, certainly one of them that the community voted for, we always spoke about these years as where the debt service was coming near its peak is at 2025. I'm
I
trying
think
to
we have
remember.
one more peak. We've reached most of it, but
We're,
we've,
we're about there, right?
Yes.
But over the last number of years, we've continued to use more debt service to smooth that increase.
yes, I think we've had favorable year-end operating expenses, which have allowed the district to preserve the debt service fund, which as a result of being being paid forward, and the district not having to tax folks to raise those funds in future years.
Because we didn't predict COVID.
Well, I mean, I think longitudinally, as you look at the year-end operations, there were 2 years where there was a significant surplus, and I think districts throughout the region all had similar experiences.
Yes.
And certainly, two things really hit us. That we didn't think sales tax would increase. We thought it may decrease early on, and we didn't think the state would show up with the state aid that they did show up with. And really, they were able to do that because they were backed with federal dollars.
So I guess my question is, and obviously a lot changes over the course of 5-6 years, but is the amount of debt service that you're proposing what you had in mind when we reached this point in time?
I thought we would have less available, to be perfectly
So
honest.
you thought that we'd be using less of the debt service to offset?
When we
the-
started the capital
Yeah.
plan in 18, and when it was passed,
We would have used more.
I
of it
thought
in
more of it
earlier
would have been
years.
drawn down by this time period.
Yeah, I think we had projected the use of, I'm not going to get this exactly right, but something around, 500,000 plus,
Yeah.
give or take, in certain years to smooth it out as long as we possibly could. But haven't had to do that. So we're looking at this kind of balance now, which gives us a lot more flexibility. So the only.
It's just an interesting way to think
Yeah,
about
and so
it.
the way to look at it is.
Because we made some pretty big decisions
The way I think about
for
it
the
is that
district.
we've got, a couple of areas to flex in, one way or another. And, with the conclusion of all of the projects, as we talked about earlier, continuing the high school projects, wrapping those up, the debt service fund could get replenished somewhat. We don't know to what extent with excess proceeds from those projects. So that's the only way the debt service fund can get replenished, but it actually could happen.
And I think so. I think
And
we.
to some extent, we don't know what, to promise, but.
Right, but I think we would expect that once the projects are finished, that those remaining funds would flow down to the debt service fund in the future.
So
Not
maybe
available
even
for next
extending it
year,
past
but
that.
perhaps the year after.
Right, like that peak that we had talked about in 25,
Continuing
26.
to offset
And then
the tax
big chunks of
impact.
debt coming off in 2029, right?
That's the largest, I
The
think.
largest piece.
29.
I
The
think
the
it-
debt service schedule is actually in the budget too, so you can see where the drop-off occurs.
And I think too, Jim, this may also get to some of that strategic use of reserves to protect us against potential future risk, because there's still that potential out there of state funding not
There's
going in a favorable direction.
there's a group of glass half empty folks talking about the sustainability of state aid. Don't get
So
me
it's
wrong.
another tool towards that.
It could be used to insulate you if you have to make difficult decisions, if there were significant cuts to state aid. It happened back in 08, 09 with your, was it the foundation?
Gap elimination.
The gap elimination. At that point in time, the governor turned all the reductions back to the school districts and municipalities, and they were significant.
There's the glass half empty folks. What about the glass half full folks?
Sure.
Maybe like online gambling is now available and generating lots of money in New York State. You know, do you have and obviously no one will hold you to this, but do you have a sort of any insight or any personal opinion into those monies being, or those funds being deployed to education, such as us?
I think it's too soon right now watching it closely, definitely. But right now, it's tough to get a gauge of the online gambling, which is where the majority of the revenue is coming from, where the state sits with that. One of the nice things about when the state finalizes their budget, and that would be April 1st is their date, the Office of State Comptroller will review the state budget and review their revenue assumptions and look at the different assumptions that are built into the budget and identify any that they feel may not be able to sustain or won't come to fruition in the upcoming year. So I think it's just early right now, and it's very difficult in the first year to get a full understanding of where we are with it. We also know there's people leaving New York, and that's the difficult part too. We hear a lot about the outflow that we've seen.
And then one final question. What else is on the agenda for tonight? Do we have to?
Steve has
Personnel,
something.
and then we have an actual business agenda to go through yet.
Okay.
We haven't started the meeting, really.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think we're covering a lot of useful ground here. So if I may,
Absolutely. Yeah, it's an important conversation for sure.
you know, so I think the primary lever that is being illustrated here to reduce the tax levy is the debt service fund.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if you were to think about other levers that could be pulled, I mean, I think I don't know what the latest number is, but we're sort of roughly on track to have a $600,000 surplus this year, and I think $500,000 last year, and you know, in the COVID years there was millions of dollars of surplus prior to that. So while it's always better to underspend than overspend, and we all appreciate that, and you know, applaud you for the prudence that you show in spending. Couldn't we just lower, you know, given the pattern of the last several years, couldn't we just lower the budget by $500,000 rather than potentially have reserves increase again at the end of the year, at the end of next year, if we again run at a surplus? How do you feel about that?
Well, there's a couple of things. We're going to redo our forecast. That was an early forecast of $600,000. I think the last one we did was slightly under 5, and we're going to be doing it. We're going to be giving you another one shortly, so you'll have another current one, and we'll do them till year end. But think of the margin of $600,000 on an $84 million budget. I mean, you're probably you're under 1% there. It's a pretty thin margin right there. You could do that. You could reduce the budget $500,000. What I would ask, and not again, this is not to be in a snarky way something, but what I'll go back to the second slide here. We have what's driving the expenditure increase of the $6.8 million. I would really be helpful to see directionally what types of things would you see those reductions? And again, those are what's in the increase. If it's something that's currently budgeted that you wanted to see a decrease in too, if that's what you were looking for. But there could be an impact unless you wanted to reduce your contingency to 1.5%, or whatever that. It's not a $2 million contingency, 2%, but reduce your contingency a commensurate amount. But then again, you're working on a narrower margin, and I think operationally, I think we've shown that if the funds aren't needed, we don't spend them, and then they flow back down to the district and then to be reappropriated. COVID was those surpluses definitely unexpected, and it's a significant amount of money. And looking back on the 18 bond, if we knew we would get the borrowing at the rates we got them, boy, I mean, we really overperformed there. We got really lucky with those levels, and that's been very fortunate for us. But if you look to reduce the budget, I think directionally it would be helpful to understand where the board would look for us to identify, because that would be removing something, and you don't want to scare anybody or do anything else, but we would want to be able to identify the impact of any of those reductions so that there's no surprises.
Yeah. When we compare ourselves to other districts, are we typically looking at just an overall per pupil expenditure comparison?
Let's look.
There's usually
comparative
a-
data.
there's an
Appendix
annual.
6. Appendix 6 has
We tend to be-
a lot of comparative data that we share.
Very low relative to other districts in the county.
Yeah.
Which some would argue is a good thing and some would argue is a bad thing.
Another one.
Depends on how you look at it.
I think it's a sign.
They're
Our
going away,
nameplates
yeah.
start falling.
And you have to get out of J5.
Oh, they're off.
Yep.
And on page
Thank you, Julie.
J5, I think,
Oh, thank you.
Which
so
tab?
J5,
Thank you.
and again, this is a quick look at
Yeah.
a history of it is the per pupil expense
Right.
that you see there.
Because if you take just the 91 million projected budget now and the projected enrollment of 2755, that puts us at about 33 million per pupil. It's a very rough,
33,000.
33 per, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You said 33 million. That
Oh,
would
I'm
be
sorry.
like
Not- not-
really
not per.
incredible
Yeah,
budget.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I heard what you meant, so.
Yeah. So I just think that
And then if
it's
we,
important to note that.
yeah, and I think if we look at again, the budget's 91 million.
Yep.
But there is a one-time 2 million in there. If you were
Right.
to eliminate that and normalize that back to the 89, to 89 million, then what would your per pupil look like at that? Just another way to look at it, to kind of compare it from one year to the next.
Can you imagine going to school in Pocantico Hills?
So that's a K-8 district, and all of their high school kids are tuitioned into another school district, another public district, yeah. Yeah, it's Rockefeller.
Another example of comparing apples and oranges, too.
Yep. And then if you look on the following pages, you just see some additional information on instructional costs comparatively for general fund. And as similar as we are, there's always variances between different districts on how many schools they have, different plans they have.
Levels of debt service.
Yeah, what their debt service is, right?
Busing.
If
Is
they
busing-
have their transportation.
What are the other districts that don't do busing? Do you know some off
So
the
you're
top?
looking at Pleasantville, Bronxville. Those are the two off the top of my head. Rye,
Tuckahoe, maybe?
Tuckahoe has busing.
Wow.
They just went out to bid, and we just received some bids back. We're working on transportation, by the way. The numbers came back high.
I'm just wondering, because this 2 million is like, kind of a sticking point, or like making the number, is there any other way, any other mechanism besides just having it in the general budget? Like, could it be a separate resolution, or like something separate that is voted on?
Well, when the district bought the house, there was a separate proposition, but that also happened after the regular budget. So that's why it appeared that way.
I'm
And
just
it-
remembering voting on a locker room once.
And that's because the district borrowed money.
That was
And then
for-
it's a separate there was a separate proposition.
It's
Certainly
if you
look at
borrow
it.
money or purchase property, right? Then you have to have
That's
it.
my recollection, and we'll verify with bond counsel and regular counsel on that. And that's why you see it included in the regular budget. It's a transfer to capital, the $2 million.
Yeah, I just wonder, I don't know if it would even be allowable, or if there's any way, because, I mean, we're kind of talking about it like it's, it's part of the budget, but, you know, it's sort of a little bit different.
It's not, it doesn't have to be a recurring part of the budget, I
Right.
think is
the key.
the important aspect to
I just wonder if
to
it could
mark.
be presented to the voters that way, like, here's our budget of $89 million, and there's this also, you know, what do you think about supporting this $2 million for rooftop units, or?
I think the year before, in 17, the 17 budget, if I remember, there was Friendship Field infield was included with the regular budget, as was facade improvements at the high school, as part of the regular budget, like the one that's before the board right now. But we could always look at it. We met with the finance committee actually last week. I think it's great because I think you members have an opportunity to talk to neighbors, and they know who you are. And then we have an opportunity to answer questions and talk about them, and then answer questions here too. And before the next board meeting, I think we'll anticipate trying to do the same. And we can talk about that.
I would add one thing too, and I know last year, you know, there was a lot of discussion about the capital reserve, et cetera, and folks wanted flexibility and really sent a message, certainly through the vote, that capital reserve approach was not the approach that was supported. This is then the approach that one uses then to address those larger capital, and as Jim said, in two prior recent votes, those items were wrapped within the budget. So, you know, maybe there's some education definitely to do about that, if not through
Cheryl,
that
I think we're getting
approach.
the sign for the map.
Sorry.
I don't mean to be rude or repetitive,
No.
but everyone really needs to bring those mics closer and speak very
Sorry,
I
Chris.
can hear you, you can hear each other, but it's the online audience that's going to suffer.
Yeah. So I guess that was my only thing. I think there's this, to your point, maybe there's some really clear education and messaging about it, because this is really the pathway to, you know, we're trying to be responsive to, you know, to what we heard from the community and from voters in the past years, and certainly the direction for the board is to use some of that, you know, undesignated fund balance towards capital projects. And this is, you know, mechanically, this is the way it works, given that we're not using something along the lines of a capital reserve.
But there's more, right? We've got a meeting. I don't even know what I did with the clicker. It's better off I don't have it. We've got some upcoming dates. Again, the next board meeting is April 12th for the final portion of the budget, and then adoption being April the 18th. So there's more time to go over the budget, to contemplate it, to ask more questions before the final approval. That's put before budget. That's put before the voters. There we go. Thank you.
And we ready to hear our personnel? I have confidence that Dr. Garcia is
Well,
efficient.
we're moving through it. Yeah,
Efficient in his
but I just wanna-
presentation.
Well, but what's important is that this is pretty much a summary, right? So I'm starting on A36 under the staffing tab. So when I met with Jackie, I was just sort of trying to understand kind of the way it's structured. So if you think about this is the second night of budget hearings, right? And based on what Dr. Champ mentioned earlier, what Dr. Bowman mentioned also on the first night, what Jim mentioned obviously tonight, Tracy was talking tonight about special education PPS. This is a summary of all those staffing positions, right? So this is pretty much how it broke down. And when I mentioned it to the board in the weekly update, I tried to distill it to sort of, okay, what's the increase? What's the proposed increase in instructional staffing, and then one non-instructional piece? And also there's some ebbs and flows in terms of what's being funded through grants and not through the budget, right? So just as a quick review, in special education, there is a 2.0 FTE special education teacher increase at the elementary level that's proposed. That's to expand elementary special class and also the kindergarten co-teaching. With that, to support the children there, there's a proposed increase 1.0 FTE with a special education teaching assistant to work with those co-teaching classes. What is not funded through the budget but funded through a grant that Tracy put together is a .4 FTE, a CPSE, CSC 504 chairperson, because we've seen the increase since the pandemic. Children who, and also parents who feel that there is a need to identify their child, go through some testing, and this would help offset that increase in work. In terms of the instructional program, at the secondary level, there's a 0.5 FT increase in mathematics is proposed. There is a 0.5 FTE E&L increase that deals with demands in enrollment in those areas, but also to provide some more release for our E&L coordinator. This is a shift, and I know Dr. Chap mentioned this before, with overages, right? So it's not necessarily an increase in enrollment, but we have, the teachers have been helpful for us to take on numerous classes at the secondary level above their 5 classes they teach, and that's called an overage. We've been running a social studies, overage load over 1.0 FTE for a long time. That has also been happening in the past with other subject areas, and we've been able to add those positions to the budget to kind of chip away at those overages. It has been strenuous this year in particular because we've had some personnel leaves that's affected the social studies department, especially this year. But the proposal is to shift some of that overages into a whole position in social studies at the high school level. That's what we're proposing there. And in addition, at the middle school, we see a slight increase in the enrollment. With that, there's a proposal, there are pieces of sections and pieces of core program like English, math, science, social studies, that if you add those little increases up, it doesn't include or it doesn't kind of yield a full-time person in science or social studies or math, but you add all those FTEs up, it's 2.0 FTEs within those core subject areas. Hopefully I'm explaining that correctly. Excellent. And then one non-instructional piece, which is important, that we would like to increase is that a clerical support 1.0 office assistant to provide that needed support for Director of Humanities and Director of Math and Science. And I've obviously worked on that role before, working with Marie and Tom. There really wasn't a clerical support designated for them, as opposed you may see with the supervisor in special education. We have another clerical support in PPS that supports them. And in my former area, which is now Alice's area, there really hasn't been another person. So that is to really provide more clerical support for them so that they can get, so Maria and Tom, directors, can spend more time working with our teachers and working with our students and working with our program K-12. So that was the mindset behind that, that messaging. So that is a summary, right? I just wanted to go through what these pages mean to you and mean to us. A36. So A36 is that summary of over the budget, what is the increase? And then the blue section, you can see where I think Tracy's done a wonderful job trying to indicate, okay, where has the budget taken over and where has the grants taken over to fund some of these positions? And at the end, the increase 5.8 FTEs, the budget 2023-24 budget to the actual 22-23. Now, one thing you'll notice is that there's a minus in the elementary enrollment fluctuation. So there has been a lot of talk and mentioning how there has been a decrease in enrollment at the elementary level. So the proposal is moved from 64 sections to 62. Okay. Keep in mind, because I know there may be some people saying, well, oh, what's going to happen to class size? My class sizes are going to explode. I'm not going to have. These are when we look at each class, each section at each elementary school, including the kindergarten enrollment, we see a change. We see a drop in 2 sections net. And now, if there's a bubble that happens over the summer, if there's a need for it, within the 2% increase, contingency that Jim has been talking about over and over again, that's where we see if there's 25, 26 kids all of a sudden in this section, we need to split it, we have the ability and flexibility to do that. Okay. So if you move on to A37, A37.
Steve, I just want to say thank
Yes.
you for this chart. I think this is super, super helpful.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
I didn't put it, I want to thank Jackie too. Jackie's put it together. But I think it was also been helpful
Thank
for me
you for
because
presenting it, and
yeah.
thank you, Jackie, for creating it.
it's just, it's easier to understand,
Yeah.
right? And the next few pages are also summaries. So on A37 is really a summary of the next few pages. It's total FTEs, secondary level and elementary level, and district-wide staff, and where the money's coming from, and the proposal of whether it's coming from grants. And you can see it summarized there. On the next page, A38 breaks it down specifically, FTE-wise, at the secondary level. So teachers at the secondary level, and administrators as well. It's all broken down there. And on A39, it does break it down then at the elementary level in terms of teachers and how it's changed over the past few years at the elementary schools. A40 looks at district-wide staff, from the superintendent all the way down to the transportation coordinator. That's the K-12 administrative group, district-wide staff. And finally, if you look at A41, it starts talking about the budget code that's related to all the increases. So I want to go through this. This is the line-by-line piece. I just quickly kind of summarize this. And by the way, if you look at the line, it says budget code 1240-150. You can then relate that back to where you may find that in the booklet. And there you see the increase percent and so forth. So you'll see some fluctuations. One, it just, I think it's evident where it says 2070-150, the in-service training and instructional salaries, there's a movement. So Alicia Dalmastro, who is our technology specialist at the elementary level, there was just some movement, right, from the line that was in the teaching code, and we're moving it just into the staff developer code where you may find Beth Finkelstein and Kate Alex's salary as well. They are the K-5 instructional support specialists, ELA math, okay? That was just a mathematical change. If you move a little further down, in 1430-160, human resources personnel, right, that was a 0.5. That was a fluctuation from where it was in the business office for most of the year, and then, yeah, moving into my office as there was the benefits change, right, when we're switching from human resources and civil service oversight from Jim's office to my office. That was the change with that person. This is just taken from one budget line to another budget line. That was already budgeted. It's not an increase for this year. And then you do see, though, the increase in 2021-60. That is proposed office assistant for the directors for Dr. Callahan and Dr. Thompson. There is a point there in 2610-160. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. 2250-160, I apologize. This is just the 0.10 FTE. That's just a shift from grants. And thank you again, Tracy, for shifting from grants. On page A42, on the instructional side, again, as you see, as I mentioned before, in line 2010-120, there is the reduction in those two sections, right, for teachers at the elementary level going from 64 sections to 62. But again, I just want to reiterate that there is that 2% contingency in case there's a need to balance out classes. With 2110-130 at the 612 level for teachers, secondary level, again, that's what I mentioned earlier. You have the 2.0 secondary teachers from pieces of different programs and different core areas. You have the 0.5 E&L teacher, the 0.5 math teacher, and the 1.0 social studies teacher, which is the switch from the overages. So, the 2050-151, the special education elementary teachers, those are the two additional teachers I mentioned earlier at the elementary program. I think that was the kindergarten co-teaching section and the increase in special class. And if you move down, as Tracy did say in her presentation, there is in 2820-150, there was a switch into the grants from one of our psychologists into that. So it's out of the budget. And then finally, as Tracy mentioned before, with this switch in some special education program at the elementary level, 2250-131, with special education teaching assistants, that is the increase to support those students in the programs.
Steve, real quick,
Yes.
the two fewer heads in
Yes.
2110, 120, the elementary school
elementary,
teachers.
yes.
How does that sort of functionally work? Is it people retiring and you're not rehiring, or?
Well, that is, what we're doing is that we're looking at our current staff, right? And there may be a switching from a school to another school, but really, we don't anticipate a reduction in staff because we do have leave replacement positions, which those leave replacement teachers will kind of go away. We also have a leave replacement, a teacher who's on leave who's going to go on for a second year, so we're going to retain that person who's there. So we may have to adjust someone from a probationary teacher, maybe to a leave replacement teacher for a short term, depending on how the fluctuation with the enrollment. But what's interesting to me is that I know that, over the course of the years, when we do have these situations where there looks like on paper a reduction in sections, it may not jeopardize someone's job, which is important to say. I think back to a few years ago when we always talk about, oh, that's the last teacher we hired, and now that's like, because of retirements and shifts in staff, that person's 5 deep in terms of seniority. So there's always a possibility. But we think that maybe through some arrangement and in terms of leave replacements, we may be able to keep it whole. But on paper, though, we do have one school is maybe decreasing in terms of 2 sections, and sometimes we will have to move a few teachers. And I know that next boarding, I'm sure that there may be some questions about, programmatically what this means. I know there's a question about that in terms of staffing and how do we support it. I'm sure that's dialogue which we'll have with the board and also our colleagues to give a little bit more flavor in terms of, okay, what does this mean? Like why in terms of this increase? So I'm sure that will happen next board meeting too. Thank you.
I think that ends our line by line. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And now we can move into the business meeting. Thankfully, I do think it's a relatively straightforward agenda tonight, so.
Okay. All right. Communications and comments from the public.
Good.
Okay, we have approval of the minutes from prior meetings, so we'll do 7.1 through 7.3 as a consent agenda. So do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Administrative and committee reports.
We had finance committee, but I think we've probably thoroughly
I
reported.
think we've
tonight.
covered it.
Yeah.
We will have one more committee meeting before the next meeting, and
Okay.
we'll come back with any recommendation on the sensitivity analysis that Jim showed.
Okay. Assistant Superintendent's update on authentic learning.
So first, I would like to once again congratulate Dr. Maria Thompson for being recognized as a New York State Council for the Social Studies Outstanding Social Studies Supervisor. I had the opportunity to celebrate her and to attend some sessions up in Albany on March 10th regarding the Seal of Civic Readiness, which is something that we're looking to adopt in the coming years. I also want to take a minute. I had been asked earlier this week regarding our early readers, which are decodable texts, and certainly in terms of how we are planning to ensure that the kids have robust libraries in multiple places. And so to steal a word from Tracy, the idea of buckets is important here. So you have the classroom libraries, which are important because the students learn from the teacher and how to decode and use the science of reading backs to make sure that they're learning. Then you have titles that go home with the kids in book baggies, which really can only be use words that can be sounded out. And so those come from different series and have to be really carefully vetted for those reasons, for the reasons that, the teacher support needs to not be necessary to help develop the skills. And then our interventionists who pull out some of the students from class to support their needs, they have to have a third set of readers so that the kids aren't reading the same readers 3 times, right? Because then you're not really actually teaching them to read, you're teaching them how to memorize, which is antithetical to the purpose. We have been planning for these additions over the course of the last few years and have in our budget lines to make sure that we continue to build on those as we move forward, and also as more series become available, because that whole genre is becoming a very much more robust area. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. And I also want to take a minute to talk about the required elementary and intermediate science investigations that are coming up next year. Dr. Callahan has been doing a fantastic job of planning the rollout so that teachers are familiar with each of the labs that the students will have to participate in order to be eligible to sit for the science assessments. The ELS is elementary level science and ILS is intermediate level. And so May 8th, I believe, is the date. We have some teachers who are going to be trained to make sure that they understand how to utilize those lab experiences, and they will be coming back to turn key to their colleagues. We also have orders in to get the materials so that we can be ready to go with the students as soon as we get them, so that next year, for the 5th grade ELS, our current 4th graders will have had the opportunity to have all 4 before they sit. And then in the following years, to make sure that the 3rd grade experiences happen according to the curriculum in 3rd grade, the 4th grade happen in the curriculum according to 4th grade, and the 5th grade happen in the 5th grade according to 5th grade. We are currently reviewing our mid-year assessments and the progress of students in terms of the goals that we've set for them for the year, and I will have a report ready for the board before the end of the month. And we're just really working and already starting to look at next year's calendar. Today, we looked at dates for parent-teacher conferences and when to end marking periods, start marking periods, develop a new report card maybe for our ENL students at the elementary level, and all sorts of exciting things coming up.
Great. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Assistant Superintendent's update on the whole child.
Hi again. Our elementary co-teach consultant made her last visit to Hutch on March 2nd. So over the last 6 months, she made 8 visits working with the co-teaching teams, and she indicated in her follow-up email to myself and Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Ribeiro how impressed she was with the strides the team made in their instruction, the shifts they made to smaller group instruction, the supports they were able to put in place for individual students, and how well the teams collaborated. She said it was quite notable. We are looking forward to continuing this partnership with the consultant for next year to deepen that work and expand it again as we open the kindergarten co-teach section. Annual review season is underway. Planning and organizing this is a huge endeavor. Trying to organize meetings in terms of the building schedules, teacher preps, lunches, building events, state testing. It's a huge endeavor. So, and also as well as trying to accommodate parents' needs. So the staff does a great job preparing for those meetings. My office staff does a great job, so I have to thank all of them for that. So I'm glad to see that the process is going well and going smoothly. This is my first cycle in the district. I'm also working with Dr. Ribeiro and Greg Lau and the building administrators on streamlining the process for 504. We've had an increase in the volume of 504 meetings. We've been working with legal counsel. Sort of the guidelines about review meetings are a little bit different than for CSE meetings. If a student has a medical condition, they have a medical condition, it doesn't, offer a lot of variation. So we're working on ways to streamline that process. I did meet with the SEPTA co-presidents yesterday. The next SEPTA meeting is going to be on April 20th. I believe Dr. Champ is coming to that meeting to talk about budget presentation. Also, they wanted me to mention, and I want to support them, the Spring Pelham's Got Talent Spring Show will be held May 15th. Alumni Hall in this building, and they will be sending out a save the date for that event.
In terms of student wellness, our responsive classroom consultant was in district on March 16th for his last training of our fourth cohort of our responsive classroom cohorts. He's going to be back for one more consultation day. Dr. Champ and I were going to sit and meet with him. We had a meeting scheduled that we need to reschedule, but we do want to spend some time talking to him about what are the next steps in regards to responsive classroom, further development in PD. So we will do that and meet with him. And as I shared previously, over the four cohorts of elementary teachers that have been trained since the 1920 school year, we have about 50 teachers trained in responsive classroom and using that in morning meetings and on a daily basis. The Wellness Committee met on March 7th for its second to last meeting of the year, so much of the subcommittee work is well underway. Dr. Champ talked about the student assessment, the resilience survey, which was part of the student assessment subcommittee meeting. The staff wellness subcommittee meeting, subcommittee also developed a brief 3-question survey that I shared with Dr. Champ to ask permission if we can send that out on the building level, and that will give us some quick feedback on staff wellness. And the peer mentor subcommittee meeting, Mr. DiDomenico and I met with Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Farrell about developing the peer mentor program in the high school. We talked a little bit about the stipend that's available for a staff member to spearhead this endeavor, how we're going to select student mentors and the different subgroups that would be mentees. So we talked about underclassmen, new students to our district, and our Foundations of Learning students. Mr. Berkowitz is exploring aspects of the development. Him and I exchanged email today. He'll have an update ready for me to give to the wellness on May 9th when we meet again. Also, we had a representative from Whitson's that joined us at our last meeting. So that person, along with Mr. Ricky, helped us look at the policy that we have to review, that we reviewed the nutrition elements of the policy. I think we're in good shape with, in compliance with what we need to be in compliance. With the resignation of our athletic director, though, I did share the wellness policy with Ms. Sabia, so I'm going to ask her for some help because a good portion of the wellness policy does tap into athletics and health. So she's busy, but she's going to be helping us update those sections. So we're hoping that we're going to have something to submit to the district policy committee by the end of the year for first reads and such. In the counseling department, the counselors have been meeting with students and parents on their submission of courses for next year. The parent verification sheets were due last week, so that's moving in that finalization process for students' choices of courses. There's going to be another career fair this Friday, March 24th at 9 a.m. The focus of that career fair is careers in the health field. So that, again, is co-hosted by Pelham Civics and the high school counseling department. The panelists that are going to be joining us are Andre Christie and Carrie Comerford. Those are both RNs at New York Presbyterian Hospital Westchester Division. We have Dr. Michael Lon, an Associate Director of Department of Emergency Medicine at Montefiore, joining, and also Aaron Scharf, who's the Director of Emergency Management at Northern Westchester Hospital. So for any of our students that are interested in getting in the healthcare field, that will be a good opportunity for them to meet those individuals and ask questions. I did share with you that Mr. Barcelo did attend his NYU Abu Dhabi visit. So I asked for some feedback from him. This was an invitation-only visit by NYU, so it was an honor for him to be asked to join. He shared some information. He said it was pretty fascinating to see a bit about the international college field and being open to that. Specific to NYU Abu Dhabi, which is interesting, the students do have to commit to the campus for all 4 years, so it's not like an exchange. You do have to say you want to go. He talked about, their real focus is engineering, computer science, business, and government relations. He also talked about the fact that it's just so interesting that this institution housed in such a growing community, and what a fascinating experience that would be for students to have. There were students there that met with everyone who visited, who talked about their experience in being an international student. They were also able to visit their engineering labs, their maker spaces. He participated in workshops, interestingly, about the role of ChatGPT and what that impact is on how everyone is feeling it. So it's just a great opportunity to learn about the international admission process, as well as meet counselors outside of the United States. And just in the last area of nursing, again, our COVID numbers are really low. Our nurses as well participated in that Stop the Bleed training that Jim organized, so they were involved with that. And students seem to be healthy, well, and that's good. So minus the little flu or the other little stomach bugs we're seeing, no COVID.
Okay, Assistant Superintendent's update on finance and facilities.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to be here tonight. I promise you, I'll go look 30 seconds shorter than Tracy. This evening, again, there's a couple of items on the budget. No, let me back it up. A couple items on the agenda. Two items are kind of related to the budget. One is the secret resolution that I spoke of a little bit earlier. It's a review process as part of a project that is a regulatory item. The resolution was provided and prepared by Keenan Bean, our auditors. And the other one is the IPA agreement, the installment purchase agreement, which is the process we use to purchase our equipment and our some software through a 4-year loan through the BOCES program. Neither of these items trigger unless the budget passes, but it's just a matter of moving forward and preparing and being ready to do this when a budget is passed. So in prior years, we've brought these before you. Well, not secret every time. Secret was part of a capital, but IPAs have been brought to you in prior years at that point in time. The last few weeks have been exciting in the banking industry, and I'm glad I don't work in the banking industry. But we've heard a lot about and questions about the safety and security of funds. The district deposits our funds according to general municipal law, which requires that we hold collateral in agencies or treasuries with our deposits. So we follow that rule. None of the banks that we bank with were part of banks that failed. And if you look in our treasurer's report, we share with you where we hold our deposits in 2 separate institutions. Certainly happy to discuss additional details or provide additional details as the board would like. And it's something we're watching carefully too. And we don't have any long-term investments that I'm aware of right now. So we have pretty good, we have the ability to redeem that money fairly rapidly if we felt the need to do that. There are 3 items, change orders that actually happened over the summer that for notifications, the paperwork lagged, to say the least, and this is before the board. They're related to the work at the renovations of the spaces that we talked about earlier. Tonight, we're on the agenda. We are hiring a custodian, a Pelham High School graduate. So we're very excited. Mauricio Cavaluzzi, and he starts tomorrow. So I hope he's not late tomorrow. Well, we got to get him hired up so he can come tomorrow. But again, hiring someone from in town was very interesting, running references, talking to people who knew him, talking to people who didn't know him. Everything came back very positive about him. And funny enough, he worked for us as a summer seasonal worker when he was a student. So again, we're excited to have him starting. And that would leave 1 current vacancy in our facilities department for a maintenance mechanic. That happened as related to the person who took another position as a facilities director as a part of a promotion. Out-of-district transportation deadlines, April 1st. We are receiving our notifications from folks. People can also download that application on the district website. We've also added additional detail and information on that website related to expectations and how the district transports our students that attend districts out of district, attend schools out of district. So board policy, first choice is a public transportation. If that move can't be done, then the second move is for, in a time period of less than, it's like an hour and a half, which is the state standard. Then the next move is to go to a yellow bus. So what we've done is we've shared all of the schools that we currently have public transportation on the website, and this was, again, part of what came out of the discussion with policy committee as we looked at the different means and methods of transportation. So that's all out there, and again, we're receiving all that information. A great thanks to the Village of Pelham Fire Department. As everyone has mentioned, they helped us with some stop the bleed training. So that took place a few weeks ago now. It was, I think, a very positive opportunity. Our nurses also attended the event. We had kits for people to have stop the bleed kits, and we're looking to continue training such as that, AED training, CPR, EpiPen, and Narcan. But again, we're going to get ourselves on a more regular training program. And then, not now, but coming up in the future, we are working with food services. Our annual bid is coming up. We're working with our food services consultant. That contract is actually put out by the state every year, and last I heard, they were waiting for the state to put out that new contract. And once that contract comes out, then it moves forward. So we would anticipate that bid to go out in the April-May timeframe, and then we'll see who we are. It's a unique bid because your New York State is very prescribed in how that bid goes out, and it is awarded to low bidder, not to like a professional service where you can have a decision matrix. On this one, there's specific criteria, and it's purely based on low bid. That's what I've got for tonight. Thank you.
Amazing.
You're not on the agenda, but.
I'm still here. No, but that's fine. Just a couple of words. One is that we're happy to be recommending the appointment of a new ENL teacher, which was a long time coming. And also, I want to yield my time to Dr. Alice Pullman.
Because I forgot about one of our awardees earlier. He's not a doctor yet.
No.
John Sabalis is going to be recognized this Thursday as an outstanding innovative leader from the Lyric as a TEL Award recipient. And TEL, because I want to make sure that I don't leave you out of our acronym soup, is transforming education through leadership and learning. His work here speaks for itself, and I don't think it needs to go any farther than that, but we're really excited to be able to celebrate him and to see him get some recognition for all of the work that he does, because the technology role is a lot of times behind the scenes. And he's a humble man with a lot of humility who doesn't like to draw attention to himself, and so we prefer to thrust it on him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's do 9.1 through 9.7 as a consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Just add to what's been shared already. There are some items here and starting to in preparation for our upcoming budget vote.
Mhm. To have the voting machines and
Yep, voting
publish
machines
the
and publish the
information.
Correct.
And change orders and the treasurer's report.
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Okay. And then 9.8 is a motion to accept donation. This is Pelham Country Club is giving $250 to support the choral program at the high school. The Pelham Education Foundation is giving $2,160 for a school climate project focused on anti-bullying. And the Prospect Hill Elementary School PTA is giving $4,016 for a Gaga pit at Prospect Hill. And I know what that is. My kids love.
I had to look it up.
Yeah.
It's a big set. It's pretty cool.
Do I have a motion to accept these donations?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. Okay, then section 10 is policy monitoring and governance. And we did have a policy meeting and discussed policy 3421, Title IX and sex discrimination, which has been updated to reflect the current regulations and laws.
Actually, a couple things. A few things changed, and it was under the previous presidential administration. Just four major things: definition of sexual harassment and other terms. This new policy, the notification, the record-keeping mandates, which are new, and a heightened investigative and procedural requirements to keep record of everything, but really to kind of add more layers to the investigative process. One thing we do know for a fact is that the current presidential administration will be issuing its new regulations based on this policy. And as boards across the state and school districts and also colleges have made changes to their policies based on the previous administration, we'll all be doing it again probably sometime in the fall or next school year to make more changes, which we just don't know. But the Biden administration is going to be issuing, we believe, new regulations in May. Regardless, we're still obligated to approve a new policy based on the current regulations.
So based on that, it was suggested at policy that we put this up for a second reading at our next meeting and then consider waiving the third, just because we need to have this in place and we know we're going to go back at this again, or
Yes.
others of you will go back at this again in the fall.
Correct.
And then policy 7350, corporal punishment, emergency interventions. There were just a couple small changes, basically to say requiring a 24-hour notification of.
This is just an update to the existing policy that we have. The state's now required if you use a physical intervention on a student like a restraint, you have to notify the parent the same day. So everything's the same, it's just the difference is the same day.
And then we also discussed the residency policy and sort of initial thoughts about a social media policy,
Right.
but not ready to
Right, to
have a
bring those
reading.
forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so any other comments or questions about that? No. Okay, so I think we can do 11.1 through 11.4 as a consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So, okay.
Yes, it would be extra duty, Schedule B. I can, yes.
All in-
Just would add, a question was raised, this does include the addition of an assistant softball coach for our varsity team. So tonight, we're recommending April Clapp to be added to the program.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. All right. Okay, and 12.1, motion to approve Schedule D. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. Any new business?
Not from me.
No. And no comments from the public, so I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Michael, would you accept a motion to adjourn?
Yes. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you all.
Oh, 11:07.
I don't have the brain power.
All right.
Thought maybe we'd get done before.